say
meti ase ye pa if you say say no titwi no men so sabi o metitwi e na class 1 me ye twi ya akosi secondary school and san ye twi see subjects de dia menya 100 me twi pa se kasa mo Kwame Nkrumah no ana mo titi no mo smart no Captain Smart no the meaning no e kire say first and foremost ono no kasa na ka mo no ono ayi ne ho afiri mu
onka ho
da bi ono de onka ho ne etoso ebiem enam se wayi ne ho afiri mu ntino so ka sam papa first nipa no ho a e che so ono de waye mfomso mo amaka na mo aye papa ifi se nipa no ejina ho mamo na mom so ka sam bone na defa no ho de na kire se e friend saying ono so aye wrong and everybody is right na then no kafa Kwame Nkrumah ho na before said then no kafa Kwame Nkrumah we should know who is this I mean use present tense who is this Kwame Nkrumah near dikan Nkrumah abeje fa ahodie ema Ghana until the moment abakasa mo Kwame Nkrumah no na che say Ghana fo Kwame Nkrumah near tasubiem ene say Kwame Nkrumah no ne asante yene say o say agema mprempe the second I was special in Kitahudie bia Ghana for enim no entie say the whole country Nkrumah bae no ne nipa ba ko pena Kwame Nkrumah friend my father Nkrumah papa wu ntem nipa ba ko pa na Nkrumah friend my father ono ne say osayagema mprempe the second temesramo omu enim no ehwe ana say oyare a sabi asanteman wasika but Nkrumah a personal relationship no washada kofa papa no not treating dina ko hospital wo abrochire because we said that is my father so special relationship no eno no na wo ho ebia kwaya fast one relationship na eba he no eno the first one tradition na ene say asantefo omufra won ho asante kotoko na womu nua ne dagombafo enti ye fre dagombafo anwa kotoko
okay
ana omufra enzemafo enzema kotoko na ne ekoba ne se tete ho no asantefo okoko a onse omu se kuma apem beba na odihye anko akọ adwane omutume starting se kumu onsa na omu ne dagombafo aye agreement the dagombafo no nso na all the tribes say one not one apart from Gonja omu akani na asum dagomba nti na dagomba for no to mobilize troops e de abeboa asante omu ba won pani ne bantama hene e kire mekirase
okay
omu ba bantama nti bantama I can bantama nya asante kasa ye dagomba kasa bantama me papa na de maame omu asante hene so omu papa ti sasa so no de hone ye de wo mu eba ya wo mu fine ho ni ama wo mu training if so mu ba wo mu to agyan no mu nimto ti a kire wo mu se ne esi tutu no mu abekwama asanteman eno ne ma wo mu nya din anwa akotoko ana wo ba nzema so a enam se infantefo any English year 1 na English for ne asante enka no na asantefo so pay goods a free cost no na so mu nya namfo bi ewo cost ha o mbeto goods free wo no mu konfante o mu nuanom nzema na o mu kọ won ho
okay
ante no asante ni bia hu nzema ni o hu ni se nunua besi nne ya nkyira obi a enti se obi o ye nzema ni no hu na asante na o so sika dwan meba be maso de akọ nzema watim duru so meme ye twawuti wugina nkyɛn a menkasa akora na omu ade asante ne te ase se nipa na okasa no wo ye nzemani
okay
nti omu ye enua nti tamu Nkrumah fira brochire ebae na obeto UGCC United Gold Coast Convention papa we tie pa Grant George Alfred Grant ono ne JB dan kwane RS leaders ni nyina not already they were parliamentarians they belong to the legislative council before independence and no mwate fa hudie kuo se yani abrofo ne de benante a na debi yaje fa hudie jinso a yan MPC ne de beba yen ho self government within the shortest possible time 100 years and fawo because already they were MPs no mkwaye from so e de Kwame Nkrumah buy. Nkroma buy na yam from so because safo ni nyina classmates any colonial administrators no mo kwa university or London, University of London, Cambridge, Oxford, Manchester, Liverpool there. Nkroma nko by accident ekọ university in United States. Lincoln University, Pennsylvania University into a bag Ghana no ni classmate.
Okay.
And I dear back was our lodge Freemasons near them. Omo call Britain in before they felt proud. So Mbaye be no money abrofona as colleagues. Kuma went to America and he hated that organization.
Okay.
International said banners are called a yinimua, lodge inimua, and Kuma near them for a banner, a classmate to near them. And a third one. Colonial administrators ni classmate bia wo near them for bompo bia asem ewum osan ye socialist eno waba ade akura kumwon ha won kase ene say United Gold Coast Convention no more prefer hudie for the southern part of Ghana I friend Gold Coast colony
tina nya to say Ghana nyina
da bi na santen ka ho esrem nka ho eweland enka ho.
Okay.
And come on, inti na sa washa nesika no. Omo so called big six graders. Sabe ewe ninim northerner enim. Ena your friend is saying Asante ninim. Ya bisa hu say sa 3 groups ya mabodi titru. Aibeni Asante ntini eni akrachefo ana. Omo we plan so no mo nka ho. Because United Gold Coast Convention ya achemfo eye nkranfo eye enzema ene mfante
fo.
Omo enko a Obia nka obi nte fa hundi omohwan na nkroma ba bi ofi baaye no 50 countries.
Okay.
50 countries now bom aye one country United States. One state ya fa ne Texas ne kase ya Ghana pepepe. Sa 50 na aka bom. Nti nkroma baaye no be hwe wo mo plans no. No who said it was too small for him. Until he wanted a nationwide organization and do o many na be ya baako. Na African so aye bako because Africa too is about 50 states.
Okay.
Nti ase aye to say America.
Nti na ne bota aye to say anya to say
America.
Okay.
Nti obetu we no ne omu kan no wantie. No sha ase so aye no yope. No omu ka chan say we don't have finance for that funding for that. No so okoba bi aye ahemfo no receiving the fine. Nti omu man nto ase he didn't need their money. Ahemfo no behwe no. No omu se da bi ase ye mpene a wo ye no. Eno na ntime story ni okohia na najima mprempe di second e wo Kumasi ana oka na semi na de cha no se anti safo no adwene wo wontiri mu o mo gifa ahudi a asante enka ho esrem enka ho ene metumi na medi bedi wachi na medi wachi me se wo be biti wo mu. That was the time Ashanti Youth Association a year 1947 one leaders ni bene Araram Ponsa Joe Apia Victor Wusu Krobwadu say Franklin Adubobi Jantua ene Kwame Sanapoku Jantua Asante hene di won ma enkroma edi nachi no de form a committee of youth organizations at the UGCC echi nti na ese ono wo UGCC mu no na ono wa woni kuo de nti o kye no kase okọ de say kuo ne na eko nti time to cut a long story short your friend was salt pond say yes sacking na sante hene na kasa dada sa wo kwa ye dey till wo free say kuo no mu now with the power of Ashanti Youth Association behind you you will succeed because Asante hene will say nkruma nkoani nipa asa that time no beda madina chinti no aye campaign akọ voter imoru gala mo ene mahama ya papa ne baumi ya papa mo wo mu nyina di nachi mahama papa ne baumi ya papa mo nyina
no mo di nkruma chi
nyankopon wo mo aye dedeni no papa me CPP for ministers nti safo na di nachi no ama wanya inroads to the north ana osaye enzimani nti western region so nkrofo support no nti Nkrumah had a national appeal nti tamo ten ho efiri na CPP abaya national party
ana lawyer mehwemu dia okanya ne papa mu kura nka wasa Ashanti region etro abama CPP o
and omutuma CPP nti book bu ama kan nti on page 193 won say nankwane da me di book
and then they can book
me pese omu hu say me betra ya nankofo attack me social media say bosremi kana me ya no but your book we title ne Kwame Nkrumah, Vision and Tragedy by David Rooney, Pacho Bruni.
Okay.
Onye
Ghana.
Debbie. And Oka Prime Minister 1957 to 1960. Kwame Nkrumah who was. And also Bedema Nkrumah at that time Minister Finance Minister. And also visiting the Asante Hene, a the Magic West, who had invited over 1,000 guests to celebrate independence, suggested the slogan "Serve Ghana Now" and appealed to the people to do their jobs honestly. But we invited 1,000 guests, so Mumra may join it. Yes. Asante Hene any J Fahudie and no na enam so man Nkrumah J Fahudie no or mano abodini or sajefo. Into that was the relationship. Now Asante Nkrumah so ya na so betua no ka or be reward no. The first reward no and they say in Ghana Asante Nkwana formal empire a wo mutumi ni abrofo konye e ma Ghana din ba world map mu ya Asante na no yesi ya de wonu o ma bi de aba tribe bie ni wa o me beto de bia o yene bi te ba bi now o say the so and so kingdom the patch we had only one kingdom and that was Ashanti kingdom. And it's Ashanti kingdom na ne kanene na ne kase ya almost 3 times the size of modern day Ghana. Okay. Ye hwane so ama wo mu abeka Ghana ho me ya be hye Ghana se dia ene ye se wo ye bibi de hye Asantefo animunyam. Mo hene no ono no be ya National House of Chiefs president nti no a life president as at Nkrumah's time. Number 2. Mo hene no wo ye ne pani na se ofro ka ebe meeting won kran ya obeduru kran obe ketwa e woni pa wa ba na sase eso no so visitor biara guest biara te say me ye hoho wo hese nti enye so ye hoho enti no na Nkrumah ma National House of Chiefs headquarters no odisi menhia e da so wo ho wo wie na nso ho tamwa o create your friend is saying Ghana Education Trust. So basically school si bebre na Asantefo ebo efu no. Adentra that time na bono ne Asante ne ahafo eye one region. Na cocoa production ni na ho na ewo. Nti wa mu sika ane edisi University of Ghana tema habo your friend is saying enti no ene akata motor road. Nti time Asantefo hwe development na ewo south no. No me say da bia so se na ye de no. Nti saade a yete e ho afri CPP mu just say what na de mateme ho e bai nti na ma 54 51 no mo to ma CPP no me CPP 4 enti no 54 no mo aso mo kwate wo mo party de bafo akoto mo e ba mu na say yate e ho nti nya yate e ho from UGCC yate e ho from CPP na Asante Hene de enam so ya Asantefo nyina hene asamre na bono so ehye nase no say onu damfo no Nkrumah osanya na damfo ne wo man ne pe no and say we ma so he was forced to go there na nyate say no notice sa ekuo no dabi na ebiam nso ne Asante Hene yama Nkrumah yama Asante man any Anokye teaching hospital first 5-year development plan Nkrumah draw up 1951 no na sa hospital ne ka ho ti 53 54 yanye fa hu de na Nkrumah si ama wo owie ye no the second university in the country 1960 na KNUST 60 to 62 no wasi e de ne din de atoso enti se wan kwachiri mpo na wo hwa Asante memu ho a na wo hwa independence ya ma kan de akireo na se na poka se mo Kwame Nkrumah no a na tam didie no wadi mebi aka ho am nso otumfo ka otumfo ne Asante menyina nipa na mu bunu no nipa na mo jeje no so nipa no a mo ma no abodin no eye mo nti won baby atam didie na
okay
na so dwene ho mienu anka obahu se time no gina simpie so no kan se Ghana ya chekere ya in 1957 hwa na chekere Ghana edin Ghana hwa na de bai
Kwame Nkrumah
ada no wan ka se Gold Coast no kan Ghana timfi so yem from so na nya a Ghana ni Asante man ni Asante Hene nko na wadi ya atem wadi wiase nyina atem e kire se Nkrumah independence na man son pe and already no maji found Liberia, ni Ethiopia, ni Sudan, Morocco, and your friend say Algeria, Egypt, Tunisia, na Ghana beka 8. So 7 countries na di kan je found you. Na dwene ni wo bia tiri so mba boa wo munuanu ma aka no Nkrumah ba ye pe no or set up All African People's Conference. By 1960, more than 20 African countries are independence. By 1963, almost Obiaje, Emanaka, Zimbabwe, and South Africa, OAU, SCO, Africa must come together. No, I set up a commission for the dominions in the Caribbean, Jamaica, no fighting for independence for them. Until the year 2000, the greatest Africans of the millennium, 1,000 years, including Nanane Menana, Bob Marley, Nanane Makejasen, Nana, Obia, Bia Bibini, Awono, the previous 1,000 years. BBC for a year poll, and ya Ghana for a year poll, Waka say, CPP for Ghana and NDC and MPP Netomano, a year worldwide. We are Kwame Nkrumah was voted Africa's man of the millennium. Now we bekasa mo Kwame Nkrumah na Napo na just what no mo akani na nya papa na ne okasa so ya me ya no and say we did Dr. Kwame Nkrumah beto na Akufo-Addo ejuma ho ha adwene the reason why ha adwene no and say me kasa na Akufo-Addo me wo ka me hu say wo say me Nkrumah is fine. So me kase Nkrumah ya ade chen Mahama Rollins anase Akufo-Addo ana Akufo a me kan trasa na me nya honko me kase osi almost
factories in schools
now say university bi akra wa Ghana Nkrumah na sisi including your wiwe ya yasina ayo no na dan egu wada dan ye de university te say Sahara Agricultural Research in Tamale and University for Development Studies and Ideological Institute and Winneba Sports College and Ababe University for Education Takwani School of Mines and University for Mines and Technology Gimpa short courses and University Interchese Ubi Wanoka University be a choir by me in Nidia na makeka secondary schools maka training college hospital and factories and son na ma conclude say why ade se na Akufo-Addo ane na papa we kan say why ade Akufo-Addo ayade ase Nkrumah one ma example e biara eno na ma make say ne bone a why na ehye na nkempa ho otumi di apology eba o kasa na ne ho wo so na in fact I know what is body language and for the first time for somebody or your medical doctor when yeah general as phone from Yankwala Brim or no a medical doctor and you're pulling a minister be a nipen chan who share bebre sada and the one who be and a fright no I'm frightened wako can some young you only have to apologize. Obuya bibi na kasa menu me won fa me bone enchemia after that obi aka biema enyeye if you say baby okogina no wahuri afiri ho asa beka mo ho nti woka eho asem biema na chesa wokura wasem na ewa and the only problem is that the only problem is that I'm told this one and I'm Western not and not justify near or can that is the only problem what justify the
agenda the no asibone esem trofo aye interpret asem no.
All right, so Michelle Boka say lawyer Anokye Frimpong.
My friend Sophie, yeah, we Zim area ho.
Okay.
We can say him so I won't come bonnet. Cause family no a fan will takon say him a fan and Zima.
Oh, takon say him.
I see. Started class 1.
I see. I see.
Me papa Efri Ashanti, above Offenso district, and hono and I'm tina more. Kumase high, a chimba second DC.
Oh, do you have a
brand here?
I see.
And I'm saying old saint. About 6 for second DC St. John's.
Oh,
two nina.
Interesting.
Pepe, oh, mimo.
Interesting.
And I'm then a kakra, my baby, my pee. The son and now cano. And Nkrumah is the minute dear, Freeman Kuala Brim. And no dear, and no near dear, many a general, a besin there. Until what she said, Ghana ha. me university first degree 1990. Now 92 constitution started 2 years later no. Nanka me matured enough.
Yeah.
Sanka me to me de me ho agim.
Sure.
Me pacho wiase bibia nya me fe se Kwame Nkrumah party enko party bia ni wa mani agye ho.
I see.
Tieto da bi na me kasa depending on the American no. May be no adwene ya won se me MPP ni. To da bi a some American tie me obi no adwene ya won se me NDC ni me pacho. Me nya mu bia na eno na mahwe minchi anka me mother party ye CPP sanka betumi asori aginane anyinara apeja party no na yete se ne MPP ne NDC aye no na akonanim efise Nkrumah on the ground ewo support chain traditional parties no obia NDC ni okofa ba no wawu MPP ni ode ba na ye mateme ho traditional o ma wu na CPP dia no so no Nkrumah wawu na mom safo ni na kan bo man Nkrumah wodin ese no obia.
Oh how
se menua
Nkrumah wodin chomu yina
na Nkrumah wawu 1972
but
and the year 2000 yeah Africa's man of the millennium. So it included Ghana.
Yes,
Ghana and Africa. And ye Kwame Nkrumah said the past 1,000 years, no. Bibini Bia Nkrumah was the greatest statesman.
The greatest of all.
America said Nkrumah would din sane.
Okay.
Be our non of all the Ghanaian leaders and Yosuya and Huade was school.
Okay.
We are simu baby.
Okay.
Because political science.
Yeah, sure.
Political science, you come to the African context.
Yeah.
Then you talk about independence in Africa, Pan-Africanism.
Yeah.
Those who learn philosophy, so African philosophy, Nkrumah's conscientism and Nkrumahism, Ubeshuya. Nti we need free bibia mu a enye na ne America kwesini say with this rich heritage behind CPP no they haven't taken advantage of it yet. Omu nyenya 2-3 seats kura wo parliament in the parliament parties mienu na body.
Yeah, sure.
We are see when so be any wo better have forever. Ti me hwe ba bia medu no a na say me ne me namfofo kekan ye ho bom ne ye de party bi si ho a ebe peja Kwame Nkrumah edin na ya maye muso ne ya win 2024 election we say.
Oh really?
Oh Jesus Christ. Party ni den the People's Redemption Movement aye use acronym no and a different perimo.
Oh, I see.
Ya symbol no be Jata. Jata pa.
Ade why Jata?
Jata on so dia mono. Openam on we kunu na wawe. Moja ewom fresh. That means Jata hates corruption. Ye be too corruption as Jata stands for royalty. And you know, obe muano ye nimi so hini nie. Despite saka a few months to the election, Mesrao, we are going to surprise Ghanaians. Now Jacob Zuma, 2 months per party no dia winning. When we knew South Africa, 15%, but at least 2 months, 5. Also, the leader of the party near Chino to prison. No, nearby. In a matter of 1 month, or campaigning we near.
Interesting. So, presidential, I said now, okay.
Many me presidential candidate of the party.
You be a presidential candidate.
My running mate, a friend, Dr. Christian Kwame Agboja, a professor of UK.
Oh,
Beba, Beba.
I see.
Before the end of this month, no.
I see.
Kwame Agboja from Volta region.
Yeah.
You are not from Pond, from Ashanti and Western. You be Dani Ghana any. You be Butu or mine any kura. 2024 election.
And then they inspire. Then they inspire.
Before some call inspiration.
Yeah.
Mama can't prophets and no. A dark no munya vision say MPP be winning. Nebinum say NDC be winning. Please, they should go back to sleep.
Oh really?
They would dream again and have a new vision altogether. And that will be the real one from God. All others are a deception. Because on 7 December 2024, there will be only 2 parties. The People's Redemption Movement, Perimo, and the rest. And to choose one, and that is the People's Redemption Movement, because the choice now is easy for you.
Who must have now kind of say her name?
Nimia Nuina. Nimi anuina. Sa ya no honhom ne de aba hunam.
Adi what the kind of honhom de?
Honhom de ne se twedi amponyankopon ayi me se memra na me magi wo man we say emfa ensi wo efise no ma ye de chechire wo man bia eyeye no Ghana ewo ni nyina bi but the problem is leadership.
I see.
It's as simple as that. Yo, we have human resource among about the best in Africa. Ewo munye adwuma nye. Ne yakasa obi enye adwuma nya. Nanka the implication is that adwuma ebu ne afa nipa no awie nti mo a makani. I hope you understand. Let me give you practical example. So what the bottle be the esi ho. Na nsuo su sinchen. Na wo ka se nsuo no enkwa bottle ni mu a. What is the meaning of that? It means say bottle na yede. Ayama into hwe nsuo ni become one. But in the case of Ghana no adwuma bi ani ho. Ana nsuo no that is workers no na population.
Yeah, the human resource. Yeah.
So the only thing is that we have to fill that bottle because resources no ebi ne land anya medema ye, ebi ne minerals anya medema, ebi ne rivers, ebi ne vegetation.
I see.
Now, enam se leadership ninti yentumi mfa adwuma mfa nsi ho na no ma kwa me nkroma wo be ye na nkroma ye tu no wamfa Ghana nko. People continued messing up until say general a champion by 6 years pe be senior papa no transform Ghana mine and no na kire say and the champion had only 3 year commercial education was wedru was I surgery sabe brofanka say ayeke wan kan wanya lawyer wanya doctor ya engineer wanya accountant inti dia na chesa wo de o mine she ya wanoche fremponsa na me yusu encromise and the champion based on their legacy or more principles mean to me Ghana.
But Oje Nkrumah, I mean, you believe in so much Nkrumahism.
Too much.
So I didn't know on joining the CPP now reviving CPP.
And I make a choice I will revive and ye.
I didn't hear.
Oh, Nientra and ye no. Nya so we don't wash your dirty linen.
Is it more spiritual than physical?
Nimi na. So what the spiritual one no abba. Yankama Ghana for because we are always doing public education. A CPP mpenimfo about 99% of them. And no mutina homa amanonefo amempese mabo wondin. Ebrabo won se muntu kwa Nkrumah fo na dano. Say that day no ntu kwan no nkwa brechire. Wa bra Russia fo aka kire ne se mentu kwan. The security network aka kire se mentu kwan. Party leaders ne ka kire ne se. Edin a waji we wiase na card ya ba ko pe Nobel Peace Prize. Ukoba pe no na wubenya. And ye dada pape ma ne koye nti tamwa ye tu ni wi obabetina Conakry na ye de the dossier of the coup e de tu nanim 66 school no no hu no kore wo mu nyina no e no dome ono ane party ni first he cast the CPP ni bia otie me Ghana ni bia otie me eni me say Nkrumah Conakry no he formed a new party. Oh yeah, na dwen so ba and no baba lanche ewo Ghana.
No we just CPP no.
No we just CPP no kra no mo symbol na Black Star. No we just CPP nti ye kaso bi kase CPP na CPP is operating under a kesa. It started from their own master. Nti se washa at all times the center is never able to hold. We you be what CPP as chairman. Other say ya man kwan man nya adwuma. And now so say ye man kwan the next election we jai party we film presidential candidate or contest no lusu the following election and cafe na say what all done who adi no we jai like Induom like Abu Sakara like Professor George Hagan they are all alive bisa unsa with the CPP a good demo with the CPP ma omo pebi ma na me patcho started from somewhere BBI is spiritual.
Very well, but quick one from 1957 to date, who is the greatest of all time?
1957 to date.
Yes, to date.
To date.
Yes. 2024.
The greatest
of
on
all,
the ground.
Yes, of all time.
Me pacho medical ka say Dr. Kwame. Yes sir. Me pen na seminitra Debbie. I have to be very honest.
Yes. Yeah, very objective discussion. Now, my breakdown.
Yeah.
Dear Nemane ye greatest of all time.
Nemane ye the greatest of all time, no. And first and foremost, Nkrumah and free amanone ama enka fa hudie no ayeje no 1957 no me pachonka enye ye echere say UGCC no obeto ya na ne United Gold Coast Convention no yete no mo adwen so mo pe fa hudie for the colony you can Gold Coast colony any Central Province Cape Coast, Western Province Sekendi Takrade, Eastern Province Accra na Ashanti Bono North any voter region enka ho entina so called big six no on so hwe on phone ni no a Asante ni bi enim bi ewe ni bi enim bi na wo ewe fo akrachefo ni wurabafo a wo mu wo no ofi se nka at least o mu nya nipa ba ko bi enkoka ho but no mo nka ho because fa hodie no mo nka ho nti se Kwame Nkrumah ama nka ye nya this United Ghana and number 2 Nkrumah party no ote no was the only national party in the history of Ghana until 1969 then in America sir na yewo NLM National Liberation Movement
yes
Asante for na eti to protect their interests omo per federalism to protect Ashanti interests only until no election bi omo kono na omo MPs no from Ashanti enko and na yewo Northern People's Party omo no so fi say Ghana for ni won ni ye abrofo no ya ma wo mu education nti ama Southerners ni emu wo nti wo mu pe wo mu a party a possibly wo betumi ate wo ho e create wo mu mai ana ya wo Transvoter Togoland Party under SG Anto say wo mu ho ne ye trust territory League of Nations edema Britain so wo mu enhwe so nti se yakwaje fa ahudie de so wo mu kɔ wo mu nchi enti sa wo hwɛ Obia na Gashifimo pay Ga Muslim Ga Association Party Ga Standfast Party almost say ahwa be ya hama agi woman womu pe woma CPP nkwa na stand for the whole nation
that was before 69 and
up to 57
okay
abanu go 69 66
yeah 66
near beto abafo for 69 no and you making sure say if a party see a better no enye of national dimension and sana party or what is now National Alliance of Liberals under Bedema and Buzia PP no munyina of national in character.
And there was this argument to say Kwame Nkrumah became the prime minister and Babaye president to rule for more than the 6 years now.
Obiaka says 6 years and okay now 57 to 66 6 years. There be 57 to 66.
Yeah.
Say yes, 6 years.
Yeah, sure.
It's about 9 years.
Yes.
Or started in Nejuma in 1951.
Okay.
That's the truth.
1951.
51. Leader of government business.
Oh, okay.
1951, no, yeah. First 5-year development program.
Plan, no. Okay.
You DC. Anokye Teaching Hospital.
Yes.
1953-54.
Okay.
Near independence. And so Nkrumah is here.
Okay.
Into Obi Obeka say 57 or started in the Jumano. Now quite be to say he's just trying to be simplistic.
Oh, okay.
But yes, so Chantro be him say or started 50.
So that was about 15 years. Nkrumah almost like 15 years.
I see. Rollins Nkwana a channel.
Oh, okay. Okay. Very interesting. Now, so no Tuesday yana. NPP adore more running mates. Ewo Kumasi Jubilee Park. Na minim so wutie bi. Dr. Matupoku Prempro running mates. Make in a comment about Osaji for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Ekofo start come adventure no nkofo start attacking on left and right. Minim is it the choice of words no use na enye appropriate and na say contest no anabebi fiba no. Say ofre him fi nti na influence na man can Kwame Nkrumah asem no in that contest na what is it?
Okay, first and foremost, mamen kan sembi say nia opoku prempe e kan no wo mu a attack ne pa amatem didie abemu no me kan ho.
I see.
Air fly baby.
Yeah. I think Enrami who be.
Yeah, I have to apologize to the whole nation. Nyasana misu ete.
Okay.
Mindi will be atem and it's very bad. And it's not too late for me to say, "Say me sorry, say me di me yonku nipa."
Very well.
Me year no editor in China. I think say or no momu na empese or beka say wa yam from so ne emfa ne bone encha no. Na meme hunu say enya nia wonu emine no ene free na no ebae.
How?
Easy. Show. Well, yeah, for the past 15 years, yakasa radio ni TV so sa. See a bam when mo nkyerɛ yɛ ne ayɛnyɛ. So you're present or you're then your first time you do TV so and I radio so.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Wo nante obi bi obedu on so
kakra. Yeah, sure.
To mo kyerɛ wo no ma.
Yeah.
Sure, it was the first time in his life. Nipa etwa ne ho ahyia. So this time no enya certificate ni ade hye wo nsem say we are doctor abogini dabi. And enya parliamentary issue. Nipa kakra bi no wahyia omu ye MPP fo nko a ewo manhyia dabi. We no ye say MPP party ni nyina wo ba betu franka. That is, you are just like the flag bearer.
Yes.
The first time, you know, what you know, say potentially, who be president or vice president of the Republic of Ghana. Na, ya de Mike Asha winsem. So when you pa on to mano, kasachre, wo mindful, and the whole country. MPP for nyina this time in your constituency no mo kasa no this time or kasa kire
Ghana for you Ghana
and we are nyina because this is a potential vice president of Ghana.
I see
nti sa ade no etumi mani bebre yam from so hwe asofofo
eno na hye wabufo na na
enya no na hye me dabi eno na ma pardon no and am president ko no so temase ati obi ase no kasa wanu no wo say you know. Even pastors, preachers, our preacher throughout his life. Say you boni din wo pulpit no so pe na ne yema di kan ahye no. Because I'm also a preacher.
Sure.
We yam di kan a show. Inti so be gina ho a the first 10 others obeka se obepeja enwom bi. Ana obepeja empire bi. Inti ya bo empire na ya to you no settle down no aye relax.
Oh, I see.
Can say what
I see.
They do.
I see.
Inti na we no papa we no tempo no akosoro ne ade no share nsem Kwame Nkrumah no style otumi ma
but the same scenario now wo kana esi wo hono ye bo ni din ano ba beju microphone in fact Dr. Baumia had the microphone ama no ode man we ya na ye to nwom nti na ka the expectation was say na ka ebetumi akame ne down kakra no watumi ahwe crowd no watumi address you accordingly
me pa kira say crowd no a o share no nansa ne no eno ema niyam hye ne chen bibia ema niyam hye no chen bibia ebonu hu chen bibia obi a onim ade e fa ne body language biara in psychology no wo be hu say at that time no a yato enwom no gina ho o shake o pante ya de mic ne share ne nsam a o kasa no no recover from that. Enti kwa ya fa so de recover no na nka onu amuje mic no cho boy cho wo be yes adede no a so what you say another person so ne obeye ne say nka wa tro ni speech no ekuta ni nsema ya prepared speech there's nothing wrong about that
sure
me sure so kuta prepared speech nka nko bamu say o kan samo obeka sa mo Kwame Nkrumah no san no ma wanye no ena ma use choice of words bia anye ye nyina de
na say gofo enim say UP I mean na ye main opposition de ma Kwame Nkrumah pa so as bibia be ombe bia Kwame Nkrumah be bia enyomo fe so he's not too far from wrong so be making that kind of comment
sir obi obeka sa bia we twantro
sir
and say show Ghana for no ma bebre wo ho a yenim
okay
book be the David Vision and Tragedy by David Rooney Brody no chere no chere say Nkrumah na nko ni buzi a ye fine pa but they were moved apart by the people following them Nkrumah na nko ni JB Dankwa ye fine pa to the extent to say JB Dankwa introduce Nkrumah wo baby or say if all people fail you Nkrumah will never fail you now Nkrumah so and the secretary prepare grounds na man mo no JB Dankwa be di ade incidentally no supporters na di won wachi no and put one asanda Nkroma obi a prempe the second asante hene epena so no man the title or sarge for no supporters na edi wo mienu achi na ka wonti ebomu na all said and done mommy enkai say na Akufo-Addo enyina wiase ba biara enkasa ngu Kwame Nkrumah ni mu aseda President Kufuor ye an interview bi explicitly so ngu yo ho say mebo obeba bekasa mebo o say ye bisa ne say open Nkrumah asem wana say wo mpe Nkrumah asem no so o medi ade no no mpe Nkrumah asem because me say Nkrumah belong to a different tradition no bedi ade wie no hu say ne akonwa no emu odu ne bra ewom na within that short period of time no man papa ne tumi eye no e ma ne bepe Kwame Nkrumah asempa timi pa chao apart from near Napo Aken Ghanian leader bia ni ho a waba onye bibi ma Nkrumah
but Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo
let me conclude even the Ukraine Kwame Nkrumah mausoleum first lifty say Nana Akufo-Addo no ono no kokko bie ano and o kan some kama bebre about Kwame Nkrumah
but the same Kwame Nkrumah and the same Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo founders they buy wasesa no because no few say so Kwame Nkrumah dey be on be bia anyomo fe
so here you see that you are talking about traditional Nkrumahist tradition nani enye ho Nkrumah as an individual opena sempa na tradition e bi ne say wo so independence no so pa a celebrate ni year na say wo project Nkrumahism Republic Day no wanyi emfiri ho a na wo project Nkrumahism AU Day wanyi emfiri ho a wo project Nkrumahism no bia so epese or build or no one tradition there. We say a konya kra himfo no edie no. Wo bedru afie bia me say e rotate afie miensa ana ade no esi wona so e kwa e wo mu say remotely no they had a distant a very remote grandmother among the accounts a wo mu epie efri ne mu enso needri no obi a fight for ono ni gate dia into owu ani yemu anka move nko another place ebeba ono an ho nso omo ye moja ba ko ntina na Akufo-Addo no entan ye Akufo-Addo sorry
on time Kwame Nkrumah
na mo bi so ne dia ne say ni yemu anka MPP be rule o man ya for the next 1000 years enu ntina no ma bi wo ho a oye no just as say menso we am president of Ghana no ma bebre ho am immediately Messisa.
Ebiti say
oh, and bit say invest here was me ayade CK Tedam. The atoson. I mean my argue say CK Tedam. The highest level of accomplishment to we aseno was for himself. Commissioner of Police. Na se kuro no invest no. Yade ato Tedam no. E won ye see George Kem Ferguson. George Kem Ferguson obi a Samori and Baba two slave raiders omukuno. At the time Kem Ferguson ewuye no na oje one ahimfo ne negotiations no ajeje more lands e dey aka Gold Coast ho.
I see.
Ya Kem Ferguson anka Bono area ho no. Omuso omuni asantefo anya one bio. Nti ko mu kwa akwadwane Ivory Coast, especially Brekum. Omo kwajani Ivory Coast. And Kem Ferguson etumi ye negotiations said de beka o man we say ho. Say nipa we na owu ya in his 30s. Na babia ye wu no ane owu ye anena ewo no. Wokoto university din ya o minor university a what the two commissioner of police all because no ye council of elders chairman of MPP. Nti anya me pe na 7 January what is a Mabaya president of Ghana? Menya sure say be di 3 months na. Ma hwe say charter no ye besesa no na ye de Kem Ferguson din ato.
Na yemra the
na Kotoka international patch messesa no.
Okay. Obesa Kotoka international.
O na messesa no messesa.
No aye ne dey.
Memma no edin wo barracks. Edin wo barracks. Barracks Ghana yo bebre.
I see.
Memma no edin wo ho. Na Kotoka international airport edin mienu na wo mitirim ba ko na me de beto so.
I see. Now, Yambra, Dr. Matupoku Prempre as running mate to any baby offering nasifo. There is this argument, and Ramiti, it was quite shocking. Say the amount for crack castle, yeah, him feel, no, or shed I yet typical him feel boy because Opokuno a dear, the two addition. and a premper so ye di by yet to me combining the two together. Is that what it is?
But as a wolf fan of sa line, you are perfectly right, sir. Asante hene or swear okutafuna ye dini se akonwa so obobodin se osai nana neme opoku nana neme prempe nana neme agema okeka kan ma akoma sa mpacho asante ho no ye kan bibia mom se opoku prempe dabi antesa
asante mu no ye ni bibia sa
dabi efie ho sa no
menhia mu no ye ni bibia sa
na mom no nya no ni the real argument.
Okay.
The real argument e kire so onfira himfie eno no ene say eye say o say agyeman prempe asante hene ne ba eba ene akoye friends Napo.
Okay. Ne ba eba
aha inti ne nana in the paternal line. Na yan akanfo no ye ni ade anko ye papa fie akanfo ni ade wo yan papa fie efi se wo bo wo maame abusu akanfo di ade wo abusuam ye di ade wo abusuam na abusuam no nso no ye before see ye be kire abusuam wo firi mu no na je se anim wo maame na abusuam obo nya wo papa
I see
enti no Mati opoku prempe ne yeso ofiri ahimfie no mesra wanya no kromfiri ho so papa firi ahimfie wa santimemu a enkyeresa wo so firi ahimfie wo mfiri ho
I see
na wo papa nso ontumi ni onua ba wo papa firi ahimfie manhia ye mpene ma ne nware onua ba wo ho wo akasa me ma me papa nyina
efiri ahimfie
enti yesa ye nyina ahwehwe babia opoku prempe ofi pa onfi ahimfie ho
na so
what am I
saying?
Men so sank me feel.
Yes.
Men so me papa wo fase. Fa na kwa me yebua. Otumfo atena se ono no gina na chi direct.
Okay.
Akwara oba a wotena asante hinanim.
Yeah.
A wo so yawa no. Me pacho yi free me papa fie.
Oh, I see.
And so me srew. Me feel ho because me ni me papa ebusuya.
Yeah.
Me papa ye dua nani. Na me ye oyokuni. Me papa ebusuya ntimi nka se me fi ho nti se your friend say Mati opoku prempe wo ka so firi ho de a nka me so anoche me firi ho na me say ya kanfo nti ye mienu ye firi ho. Very
interesting, very interesting. Yehwa no ne position a wababe azumi just about 3 days I'm saying Rhetoric saying we attendant resignation as a minister so we are able to focus on the ambition as a running mate no babe vice president. What kind of value, ocean posture, ni demeanor, what kind of value, and not be added to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, no more to me breaking 8, if it is possible?
So share no ma washa see ekikan yi dia. And yankan ya obe kan say, obeye no maybe abo won vote negu.
Oh, how?
Some me can
okay.
Baby amijina no.
Sure.
And they say, okoka sa mokwa amenkroma no anye a sizable number of people in this country ede kra in fact one will be akwa amenkroma ye owu in 1972 now kan ho asambone a one from the whole world say na nipa atu won no de agu wo so enti eno no ebe ha won kakra ena ne etosu bie ma ebe na ha won pa no ene say me no kasa na ye kansem bi say political traditions in Ghana no miensa CPP tradition ane Rollins tradition ane your friends mateme UP tradition CPP dia no from 92 entumi sorry ye enti won supporters no eche wo mu mienu efatuma MPP efatuma NDC
okay
say ni ya waka no ayema omu ewo NPP ni nyina no ahu so mpe nkroma asem to ba fa wo ho adwene na sisia na obi te se me a me be ya Ghana ni bia ni misa me nko MPP da ana me nko NDC da na me ye nkroma de se kron ana nkroma se ana no nwom na mato be si ne a me no te he ka say indeed various organizations aka de abọ me maba so say since say na Akufo Addo betena akonwa we say so no sanya meketuwe ya metihe ya nka nkroma di eso akata kora na baby biara meko baby amenam bia metumi kasa na social media babia a project nkromaism na a person like me na me ba agoro ni mu bi no na che say ebema wo mu edokwa ame nkroma no ehu say nade ye nua ye ba ye ofase ya papa waba eno so beti MPP vote no so kase ye pa that is bimpa so amie na no ankasa nka nkofo be kasa no chide obami dabe nka be kasa ye mfa nte 2028 na ne wa kenti no ebema wo bibiara be di machi
na sisi ya wa patch also so I'm told say we release the apology letter e de pagana for you na acho and especially omomodo Kwame Nkrumah wa pa omo acho
me patch ne wo kan no mimi nyante
okay
na ne mete no enra ye quote no some not justify ne waka no or justify ne waka no nti se no ana wadi kaka na se wa ba be pachaw dia na che se chawpa no wudi batwi kase be kase infante be kase eye hanya
all right so hi on 95.1 ye ne lawyer Anokye Frimpong ena edin komo no obetumi ase no question na dia fa Facebook page na yet me edi eho enkomo quickly on that na ye hwe I think some artists will say omo sanso terminate no the appointment as say obey running mate Dr. Bamud Baomi. It is never too late to say before before.
But was asabna mekan a free political advice.
Oh, okay.
A pro bono amenji wonska and say within MPP no one will say there is a bit of tribalism in politics.
Yes.
In fact, oko America could be
baby
yeah. In the MPP no be any say wa ho den na wo Ashanti no the face of Ashanti na nka ye Alanchiramatin
yes
and wa ato nti it makes sense in politics say wo be pe obi ofri Ashanti memu no watumi abagina if I say vacancy ni a if I say Alanchiramatin create no wa be fele ama wo nti enya bone say omu di Ashanti ni ebeba and then nka nye bone kra
okay
na the problem no and say Sandy pano a wode no abano that day na ye de ni si akonwa so no hwasam otumfo ekan won say nanka me hwase me hu say otumfo beka se fie ha na ye tete wo won wa ho brase a wode anyini mani ni wachi ye sane aminimu wo no a toaso na minim say adinkunimidie ebebre amanyokuo no a wuwo mu no epacho otumfo ankasa otumfo ase matete se yesi wanum kasa no
yeah
na ha yan ya tetew nti hwe yie na wankoye bibi ebema ba umienu no ho so do ye running mate that means say otumfo twi no kana sante kasa no wo kan o pa kire se obi ani mi se nanum kasa no enye that is a meaning of the Twi language
I see
and o kan wie no in less than an hour papa ni prove otumfo right minimi se ba bi otumfo wo bi otis asem no to bo wa fam se nananu me sikadwa kofie mobo mebo na eda ho no bia ba wo se waka no kore in that case no to the extent so obi anya nkwaje forms and fail so dey ko yisi so mba yes ade na just September October ho enya nruye
oh I see
enti adua enyina ba wo wani no adan na nde wuntwa so ana me bodin say education minister no Ghana ni bia penasem
Dr. Yawadutrum
nkofo from both sides of the political divide akwa say Professor Mel si akonwa so na two sides no bia penasem wo yare no bia hu no mobo enti your friend say adutwum ye obi a Ghana ni bia say openasem Tiadintina between the two no won kwankofa ne no hodwo a ye de ne kwakire otumfu a onko kase matete se yesi wanum kasa enye de dabi otumfu enkasa enkire adutwum ana twifo no ya ne ebu bebi se wira fi na wo sign kofa yenchi ana kirosem the whole reason why the Bible was written was because of repentance and reconciliation with God.
Yeah.
It is a part, you know, IABB, it doesn't affect MPP. It affects Napo now.
Now, in the days of UP and CPP, was there any day Nkrumah attacking Ashanti region? And that's a be a mention or something.
There be, and yet in particular, or no Nkrumah.
Yeah.
One will say, one na omunim say one opposition ne kase wo nti oduru wa security ne highly augmented
Yeah.
Nti wunya ne direct. Na mom na omo ha nkofo bi the action troopers. Omo na ebo CPP for na wo Asante Memu no. Teduru ba bi no nkroma kra North Canadian Estate mu na de don Kumasi for bebre ebegu ha. Na nipa no mom on record ye ha no ne Krobodu say ono ne ekum ni nuaba his only sister action troopers no ekum no. Na se Kwame Nkrumah as a person there say na focus 59 say that ono as a person there eyenkra ha and physically Nkrofo several attempts
na
Kumasi de enya ho no te okọ bi for a reason na onim say ehofo no ene na adwene ye baako no da bia ne security no very very high into one as a person want to me anya ni bibia direct ombeye dede ombeye demonstration where you say nya nkroma be mpacho bia no to me e ben no unlike kulungugu dia na nkeye ku na free wiase ene ametewi dia no aflasa o shoot no twice direct no on spiritual no man na nkrofo fi say ni ho no on so tini tuo no 2 times o Kwame Nkrumah so when me say 2 times awo Nkrumah so when me say tuo na nto
I know what do now.
Me a Christian is no man. And now,
I confirm some
me a can say lawyer, yanka do some more court. Now, me can say 2 times in a pa.
But I said normal human being they about to be
very good. Anko. I never sell for Dagati bodyguard. If you say to any in your papa into a court this Samu Ametewi, you had a train on no so no. Not the form team, and that was the end of his life.
Me
pacho mean to me can pesa me ma won say.
But you know Kwame Nkrumah into details.
Me no ena nyame na di nachi.
Nyame ben ya.
O twani amponyankopon say Kwame wo ngu sa ada no na esesali fudagati ena ewu sa ada no. Na sa nyankopon no a wo gi David every Goliath nsam no. Nyame no opa epokoko mu ma Israelfo FM. Ena wa ye ne se hwe etuo aboba nya no na bekum Kwame Nkrumah obewu ne mpaso. It's as simple as that.
I see. Very interesting.
Yanka wan some court to them.
That's a high court lawyer.
And me come in for lawyer.
This is no all aside your capacity as a historian.
And
then as a politician.
History na say what 2 times on Nkrumah third one no and ekoye.
In your capacity as a politician.
In my capacity as a politician.
Yes.
Me sha say me can bibi say nyame Nkrumah kese CPP. Bibia we bia nyame yi was a caller wuntimi enye. Nyame ba be o mamu as a call. Nkrumah no wie na dwuma. As at the time no ye shoot no indeed ye tu ni frɛ konwa so kra no nwie na dwuma because they bia no ka kyerɛ nkrɔfoɔ sɛ onimisa no nkwa etia wasasi so because enemies or one na edoso nti ba bia owo bia obɛkyerɛkyerɛ books na wukunu a book ni de wuntumi enkuno nti as at the time I think 65 or so ye shoot no na Kwame Nkrumah nwie na dwuma na ɛsɛ ɔto aso akosi 72 obetuma atwerɛkyerɛ ni books ni nyina nsa na nyame ato nsa afrɛ no nti sa nyame insa nimu a nke yen shutu no se ne Quran ka na nyame nso insa nimi so obewu no that day no nyame atwitwa je no
enti se o call wa prabo na o de Kwame Nkrumah din na ma na
odo any general champion din na me de beko mpacha me pe se na me se pe e champion asem no che se me hu se me fa onu nika na se Kwame Nkrumah me doni yie pa
I see
me doni yie pa
I see
da me te se yakume champion no manidi and an uncrophobia dinachi yesusano. So
Macho Poku Premprene apology letter nini. Okay, so my statement last Tuesday, 9th July in Kumasi on the performance of President Akufo-Addo has elicited varied reactions. The statement reflects my personal opinion about President Akufo-Addo's impact relative to other presidents we have had. I wish to emphasize that I never meant to disrespect our former president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, or any of our former heads of state, including my own grand uncle and mentor, Mr. George Jacob Kufuor. I note the concerns raised after my statement. I apologize sincerely and regret my discomfort, any discomfort caused. Thank you, Dr. Matopoku Prempeh, running mate to the presidential candidates. So when they the apology letter, the abano.
Me pacho, what kind of brofunia? A friend of me kasa as a lawyer.
Okay.
I also know English language.
Okay.
I understand English language. Me pacho, and somehow can far in Krumano on retract here.
On retract here. But also,
I am a personal.
The personal opinion.
So that means in your Caribbean no waka. No mono, it is giving discomfort to certain people. Womuna or can say omunya opomucho. No can say wa retract West no. Or say the West represent his personal.
Okay.
The two subianka my reading makotu.
Henry Buamina Fatu Sumamina. Lawyer pese sisi okasa in his capacity as a lawyer. Okay.
Was my statement last Tuesday, 9 July in Kumasi on the performance of President Akufo-Addo has elicited varied reactions. The statement reflects my personal opinion about President Akufo-Addo's impact relative to other presidents we have had. Statement no me making no. My personal observation about Akufo-Addo. Anyone who ababedi Akufo-Addo enim. Brafo and na sechira no moment waso. I wish to emphasize that I never meant to disrespect our former president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, or any of our former heads of state, including my own grand uncle and mentor, Mr. John Ejekum Kufuor. Was this asem no amekano? But then Nkrumah de compare Akufo-Addo no. And no interest say midigu Nkrumah na say former president of Ghana biara animu ase. Ami ame wofa. Ami ame wofa. Ene
John Ejekum Kufuor.
Mehwa no eso ye bi no. John Ejekum Kufuor. What you say?
Yes.
Until up to this point, on withdraw. Or emphasize it, justify near wire. No party says someone a montiasia. And no interest me di go be any more and me di go be enmity.
Okay.
Now after all, past leaders and okra, some me of a you crack count.
I see.
Then conclusion.
Yes.
I note the concerns raised after my statement.
Yes. Yes.
I apologize sincerely and regret any discomfort
caused. Yes.
Enti mahu say. Mahu say. And samina meme e kind no. Anya e
nkofo no mu there. Yes.
Nti won mu a anya won da no.
Opa mo achew.
Me pa won chew.
Which includes you.
Which includes me to opa me chew.
Yes.
Enti no on statement baby I say I have withdrawn the statement that I have made.
A statement a statement of facts. In a personal opinion, and
that personal opinion is not withdrawing it. But the impact that it has caused is what I apologize for.
So a relative. I mean, the personal opinion is relative. Any objective say that is how it is, but a relative, the personal opinion.
Tina me kadia for what the no say. The personal opinion. And no na akwaso discomfort. E man krofo ebo nechino. Tina nke so withdraw sa personal opinion na de problem they are brand no. And also sudia say sa personal opinion no. It remains his personal opinion, and that is drawing a line between Nana Akufo-Addo and past leaders epitomized by Kwame Nkrumah.
It's ne apology natum. Especially you.
Bibi said yes, I would you to men ye. Just a sabi obi I want to brofo.
Into ojina na chopa ntum.
Nasa on withdraw west no.
But I mean, so share the personal experience in so or patch out there. I mean,
would you court to them? Now we move motion. Oh yeah, would you not patch court to chow? Our baby mum. Nabia, watch raw assembly. Watch raw assembly a woman. Menya infatu say, watch raw affidavit in the paragraph 10. Say the defendant stole 10 CDs. Yesterday at Makola Market. Now Wakasa no judge and say, hey, she incriminating statement I would to defendant no eso. Now by defendant and the lawyer and so sorry. Say withdraw that statement and apologize. Now Wakasa say, oh my lord, I apologize for the statement that I have made. na court case okay, apology accepted. There is a second thing that's away. My lord, I withdraw.
Withdraw.
Or I retract that statement into the whole affidavit, you know. Ye everyone know the fufraba. And now say court, you know, based on the consent of the two lawyers, you know, I best strike it out with paragraph 10 because it is defamatory.
I see.
What am I saying?
Matthias,
Papa no can say statements and then I retract it.
Okay.
And it is a beer or no one the trimis I saw retract it. Now the secretary be answering you, you want for another letter.
Lawyer me na say your time aso. Na yemfa esheda foforo. I'm sure say sisi a over to be president in the be share more. Na yet me di nkomo ye.
Me da say.
Yeah, that's it. Lawyer.
That's akwenya odi amame.
Yes, yeah, that's it. Say waba. Lawyer Anokye Frimpong your guest and yemfa din si ha no.
Hopeson Adorye menu apenyi. Yemo akwa ba deba TV so as a telepower. tie na ye ube ho anse power beba mrebi na fe yesi o Mugabe grad okasa dodo di emfi o said ye dey me who say the same thing o me nya sure say your mama na ndi se be me say sedu agongo mo ne wo mo bre eni ade obedu ho afa yesi o agongo da bia no na court bia 8 years so ho ne tie no eti this is a wake up call to all political parties. Or more breno. A drusua montimi ona won. At least, or monsu be who say, a juma ye no, ya nye juma hunu. So would that no. Yes, eti yabefa so ni achia mpenifo ahodo a ya no mo frɛ. Me say, nan say yewura sedu agongo frɛ me. Oh, hope say bibia you okay. Baby, I want you okay. What is yes, accident to be or no aframe or finding out. Me what is saying Julius Debra Monia the day penny for who do be. Oh, so so party me coma or mono or mubia grand point in my friend. Mattis says be crack or dasi or mukoko bar for yes. So when you can't go, yeah, when I make at you. Why was so caught to told you? Miss Omuko bar for ye or muko bar for ye. Now court case na kwesi saying. Oh, I charge you one. Sir, yes, I call for docket for advice. That me I was sent. Okwa ni posuma me metwina begina court. You were sent to where? And I know. Ejuma akwa ye vote no. Me say, what they say beko? Anya program. We vote right? Me fracha via in Kita yeah, constituency right. The 10 people did not get it well. Many opportunity. Let me explain it. The thing did not happen in Volta region. It happened when I went to Togo. Me move from Paramountcy to Paramountcy. So every operation was done in Togo, not Ghana. People should get it clear. Operation. What's your friend? Odi omo baba. What's say? Me ana me ko ho na me suma no. Me ana me ko ho. Na hefo na suma omo akoto to dynamite. Odo omo nya botre. Ye dru ko to ho mbo hu. Hey. Ye dru ko to ho obi abehu. What you say? O se na wa kokodosa. No. Me nko ye adwuma nsoete emre. One of the trips me call Togo 6 times before the dynamite na me ko fefre hin. What's say? Na me ko fa dynamite ni. Dynamite no ma me explain ho no. Okotogo sisi ya na okache boys sisi omunkoto dynamite mrawa omude firecracker won say firecracker kese pa de tibi 2 by 20 something eno mko akoto abro so won ete no tena na mudi operation I don't know my friend dynamite eti say enkomo enu mkokodi ye eti omuto pepe na muto that was in 2016 right 2016 eti adina shase tutu na manfo odwane NDC voter region will tell you say election day omo call sa villages ni na omo do ho no be any village o papa mo nyina ya papa mo nyina ko ya na wo yes ade ya wa region for enye ma anya ntia me region for that is one thing we should get it. But you are from voter. I'm from voter and I did not do it in voter region in Togo. It is wrong for Togolese to come and vote in Ghana. That's why let's settle that cause. What you say? Na say na wo party me say send this can say MPP across the Sancro for free code was on Metwaba. You allow it? No, we should not allow it. So it was a strategy. Now, how can a Togolese come and vote in Ghana? Nothing. And then I will be. And how their name appear in our register? Or more register be brave. Some call me or more each remi. Oh, Togo. Yeah. Hopeson Adorye.
It was a border operation.
Why regret it? So yes, I man.
Me regret it. But Nyankopon betu omuka.
Obetu ahen for.
Omo.
MPP for.
Nyankopon betu omuka. And the bemo mo lusu heavily. Messi obia mo dating to her. The defeat of MPP will be a record for a political party to beat.
Hopeson Adorye.
Me na me kacho.
Boni ben MPP for there yo.
Omo nya me boni.
Na die na
me so me nya omo boni.
Die tina we free ho.
Oh, free dey say me free. Nipa mi wo gidie wo no mu. Senka wo ni party nanim. Ana omu chinchim ni nsa. Ni nyina because of sa ajapade buku.
Ni nyina wom.
Hwe ajapade ena me kire mu ade bi. MPP for na omo I mean reason, use your brain. Adwene na Nyankopon dia to timu. Use it.
Threat messages na dia wunya no.
Me phobia. Na MPP for why na so no betimasi manim. Omo mu why?
Yeah, bema.
No, omo mu why na so betimasi manim. They've tried. Omo antimi.
They tried.
Let them go for be gina omo kita to yin emfa.
What?
Me what to I'll get the ayo. What is it?
Bullet,
I'll get the signal. And to
what?
Me say me paramount chief your friend will talk me three.
Allah. Hopeson Adorye.
Try o try bebe ebini. Ekwo bosom si nyina yi. Ababa wa bi di me kwo bosom so. Ewo ayi bunu is ho ba bi. Kokoye se me yenku mi na me nya ade na me je ho adwuma 3 days pepe ne ma me na wu. Maka che so to aso wo baba ko pe. Ne ba no odi agro ne ba no be di ne ma me achi.
Hopeson.
Me look, me ma me wo me na wo gina ho. Wo gina ho. Achi avini ba de me wo.
Ana wanya abofra.
Achi avini ba ni. Ye ka ngro state a ye no ye na ye ya ngro state.
Appointment o mo de ma wo e wo airport o mo je free wonsem no eno na ma ye yawo bi wo ma no.
Enye yawo de asenka me started 2019.
Ya ma dismissal letter.
No. You obi na shed that adwuma de man yere. Sasem we machire. Look, I was working with the national security. But president requested
as what?
President requested send me Konkoshe airport VIP home because of incident be see e be atwam. Na o trust wo me. Etimi konko man ho. And I went there. Enti mi wo hodom no. Ana Sharia ko botwe
foreign affairs minister
omo call cabinet meeting baako ana okokoye say VIP ho no ompese omo je ho edema eye diplomat no because terminal 3 aye ready ntino omo si VIP nso so wo hodom na national security for konko use wo then ministers and other passengers be use sa VIP no. And ana owura kanda pa minister for national security was say ye kohodia and ye be commercialize said ye be reduce amount for eba wo ba be fa hodum a wo betu eska we can raise money to help defray the loan na or mujidisi terminal 3 no and ye yes asanti bedie to tisi ye be commercialize for pe anokoko won say otimi sign this dismissal letter so dimza yes. And what kind of penny for no or mabu? Oti I said the
most was signed dismissal letter.
Oh, Aden. Dr. Tinkran letter no one is I. Was signed Bebri.
Na president in
Bebri. Dismissal president be sign and I just a moduba. So neteno. And Kayani na say no.
So na do communicate and among communicating.
Oh, I communication for some time. Never didn't communicate for some time. So honete no anti sa pepepe ana de no koye etie obi e da je madwuma e free me sam ye yi madidie e 2022 ya me ye open declaration ma alanko jo chairman ana national security actual letter say omo dismiss me without any reason.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Yamiti edidi.
Yamiti
edidi ba. So
very well. Ave fakrata na
before say me bakrata no so osofu na efre no Kusibuatin Reverend Kusibuatin
o wodi mi no
yeah wodi mi
kura diplomatic passport
say oche say obi ahu na wo mo no hu Nyankopon kasa nkyere kromfo Nyankopon kasa nkyere kromfo Ghana sika yede kokosha yi mu a chese aye waste na papa timi ka se wono timi bo aban bosia eh efa de tis as bi you do all these things and you come and tell us say nyankopon aba be ka kire say papa ne ekohwini kwesi buate we ye kohwini look me say me I will join Okudwe to Abrakwa. Will make sure Sekusi Boati will go to jail.
Hopeson.
Me na make a chiro. Baby a nyankopon fa ebe chire ne say, but we be ebe win elections. December 7th, they are going to lose. MPP will lose. MPP lose. I will make sure I will partner Okudwe to me say Reverend Kusi Boati will go to jail.
Ononko na bika ho.
Wo di ono na me make so do na nyankopon be ka chire no. Eti de no ko jail ho na nyango papa be yina free ho obe ko jail
waye bone be
na wo ko jail na se de hard labor ka ho a emre bia be ma na so apan no wasanwea no afele pete ne saa kwa kosi se pete no be sili obe so anwea afele pete ne saa. I mean, what can we entertain such a ye your society mo? Why what's it boating? Say nyankopo aba be ka kire o asofo wo ha sei Danka Williams no mo twi wo mo hu say rot eko wo mo twi wo mo nyankopo aba ka kire wo mo wo me say me medikaka me say this country me titi my your friend J them Canisen Crusaders J them abasi sa yan de be kwa hey nipa we na de na sha hey let's go and then me see a big jelly omo.
Oni momo.
Nada na nyame no omo na ho no.
Semaba.
Obi o han da no onya rent ntua. E no kita dan enan. We salary beti mama asade no. I say people go to jail. Take it from me. And people will lose and people will go to jail. Share.
Dia na ma hu say MPP belusu.
Na this obi ka kire o. Ene share for time. Guys, and this is what you guys want people for because cocaine card have go on anymore. Now, who hold my bank after say qualify for loan. MPP antima and we need term. Na ene. Hey, say the real my say. Look, Mogabi, my chin Ghana me call rounds. Me time to nakra. Say upie na wo hwe how people are yearning for change. Sunday me kwa mufie. Me kwa dam pipi ayi omo ye rari wo atimpoku.
Eastern region.
Na ye dru ho no ye kita ye PA van no. Ana ye ko timimika de animu na di akire. Ana elbonyum. Omo hu ya do man ana me room ayi me ye sign say me se nkrofo na gina ho nyina. Omo sham pipi atade no omo nyina ye say. Enya trosemo Mrs Sunday e watimpoku. Adam gajo am se won we no nyina no wo mun na mo mba bi ni akwese se o ma sha o matade e de eti wo ye change na wo mun nyina wo mun ye say wo mun ye change Sunday yawo
very well
Sunday akwese dey yo me say MPP lose no ho me say it's going to be a record.
Well and nkata mi no and ekura wo ba ku ye de
third one kura ye assessment no assessment omotima aye ne omontimi nyaye
ene wakwa ye hu boku nyina
omo aye ato send omotima complete is in progress implementation na ma print ato nti e be hwe no susumu
ye be hwe implementation ne de omo implement.
That's right.
Ti ene ye kwa hin we
ye kwa japade ye be wi am de GTP baba this ajapade be pese me kire Ghana for no muti bibiase obi aka cho se e fiction oboa.
Okay.
Se mo betima zoom book ni yie pa mame a mo zoom ni yie pa mame. Me pese amanfo hu
da so kama.
Won se wo hwe esoro ha sei na esoro ha. Won se ya tworo ho restricted. Fantastic. Bibia beka se restricted no enkwa abonten. Eye kukuo mu ade. Maybe book ya mikite amanfo se ya tworo COVID-19 wo mu nti no enye no kre hwase ha sei. Yachro AD 2020. AD 2020. Oh. So revision or more revising way 2020. 2020 na yenya COVID-19. Near COVID-19 in this country. 2020, na back race assessor aba absa. So what are they talking about? And there will be an adjuna da. Adjuna nyango di 2 year team no. Ye the reason. Just say say na menka no atwi mu. Ye
deep.
Ye gene. Eti what mean that die. One with signature ye wa say. Obi a wonim papa we ya oda high ni signature bia no. Hu ya pe hu se do nie.
Moti for the penny.
E dey say no moti work no. Eti book na chinko ano should tell you say in some of muka nyina no omoboa propaganda say opposition bi na akotworo obi say na akwa omoboa
so opposition actually implementation
omoboa hwe adini ne restricted AD 2020 revision hwe mene busuani ba ko frame Hopeson Adorye we wugidi
from Chebi
yes wugi Adorye wedi na de nje adam say na me twro ye what say me nka say no atwro or review to me. Me person can be keep order no for. Me person can be share action be ombeteki. Naka media no ba but anything. Once I'm a boss no. He reviewed to me said the original document in a buy no. Year 2020 you can say 2016 no. Na edin nya japade na edin ya asase. Munche yo. Na edin ya asase. And the busheni bakun eko bie radio aye friend assassin radio adom say etre ho a ebe confirm sa document we adom say say 2020 adom say say di no call ejapade
from assassin
they should come and tell me say say make me boa assassin you can say ejapade book we wo printed just one copy outside the country wo printing in Ghana muteni yo just one copy no mo print ye no e ba ye no baby aya omuhia e dwen hu nyina no wo mo koto safe for this very book nkwa tie the share safe no mu ni aloko adom kwa kohia no do mo ayi na fe omo ahwe omo kas omo discuss wi a do mo de akwa kohia mu no mo aloko me ye sure sa chase na na di jabi koso wo baby. One day, Nyankopon pebone, omu wie ye no. Omu refi. Anko safe no mu. Ando obi be pie so. Eti hwe, wo hwa, so wo say photocopy. Wo say na to na ne nhada anya yi nti no. Wo say photocopy. Nipa ne tamu ya fast, wo photocopy ni nyina. Eti onya tamu tena ase no. Ando odi ni phone scanning ni nyina put in the soft copy the tool system. Eti wo mon profo na bi and the leaky way at the toe abonting
how
mo say so on that no na hwe we enyo mo simbo ni susu bibi enyo mo simbo ni eti when the kokofa asimbo no beto every page the original book no every page bia no wo mo simbo eda ho every page wo mo simbo na deda ho no every page
Hopeson
what you say me pesa manfo eti bibiase o muti bibiase now we call the forwarder forward no it was signed by Oforiata there o mudo so ntimi nim the particular Oforiata ono ne sign here but the signature here is Oforiata. It means to say someone has signed this book. Now sa book we are ekita yi a great transformational plan. Ewo mu no apart from say politics you be say presidential candidate and as a leader of movement
for change
we obi adu hodmo as author the watch forward bad for Dr. Sesha my brain to the seat two for my rehne odon the throw GTP forward sa no obi so atro way forward it will come forward now about the picture of whatever is in the book. The way I know Martina say, yes, I move program, pa. What come forward now? What must it to our future, made up of present and the unborn, for whom this will of a nation is being prepared. To our foremost king of for repairing the produce spread across this word, for whom and to whom alone this sacred document is prepared. Yes, I dear we, dear share of for a penny and munyam. We na ya sisa Ghana Japadian Ghana Skenina, Edia to Yankasa, Yema, any ye nan and cancel a young woman, Yadia to honum. When you read the whole book, every year, or more patches said the next 100 years, as I said, of for a penny fee, or Muna control Ghana. What a nonsense. What a nonsense. Na ye kasa di we ya no biti baby say e fake. She was say with the arrival of Nanado, we see the rebirth of a second JB Dankwa who has come to the rescue. She omo patch say just a JB Dankwa eshase the struggle for independence. Any ade no just say Kwame Nkrumah be fa no ho no ntino ya mano sa ye can say nidie na sese e ma no edin sese wonya no wanya eti ye we nyina na chese ya ba begina ho no wo kan book yi kwa o pa kire say during the ye can say war time no obi antibi undefeated before according to this book sa no mo ka japade na nsusu no ye nya independence wie ye pe o mo akwa masantefo so asin before. It's in the book. No more ya near the time Allah Ninino. Me catch them say it's more of tribal than political.
This is what we are seeing today.
And here we Yen Pwaganda Japadiano. Yen Fanja ye money and nananomo. Munkwana mo ye fune didi. And yes, sir. Me say I am throwing a challenge to the Ochimai, the mafias, those who wrote this book. More kase ejamwa e fake no. I am throwing a challenge. I will stand in for all Ghanaians. Our more kase ase mwebi. Mumra out. Mon tomu snap. Misuma tomu snap. Yen ko river blame. Blame ye che before dia.
Chinko num blame.
Yen ko hondom. Na mon fa mudi ngugu nso no mon kase. Amanfo detract to yeso. Ye de enum hu hwe. Si enum hu bia. Munye se si enum hu bia. Munye se. Na mso bi hwa bi de ngum. I don't move say ya bubo down yeti groma. What move say bubo down yeti groma? She what say? Currently, with Nana in total control of the whole entity of Ghana, we have a duty to ensure that we take over the commanding height of essential fabrics of the country, in order that even in the event that Nana leaves the scene after the mandatory 8 years, the sons and daughters of Ochimai would be firmly secured and set control both financially and economically, that we can no longer be ignored in the battle to control the destiny of Ghana. Look at this. Sir, President Akufo-Addo, ewo hwedie, as so mu make sure, say bibia eye sika, eye japade, eye gold, everything in this country, as so mu take over. Na omu nya sika ne japade na to the stance say Ochimai mano obi antimi ignore omubium na me anwurani bati se me dia me nkaga na ho me nkaga na ho hwe na ubenya obi no wote hodom no wagire no ho se wo defend se enye dokre ye ba be kire dokre wo mu no wo hu se na sidie hwe ni okan ye was it to achieve this we need to appropriate the fundamental economic and financial levers which will guarantee such control in the years to come. It will make sure say womo sika samon chiche ento toye any adinjina betimi ejina ye said the bayon betimi a control. What in doing this we need to be strategic. We would have to work with other people from some of the diverse ethnic groups, including some carefully selected people from Ashanti and other diverse ethnicity or land. This will make them believe that they also have a hand in the pie. Ghana done meat pie. Yeah, chiche. Yeah, chiche. Chese. Say omu betima ye weni die. Omu make sure. Say omu benya nkrofo free other tribes no mu. Omu di omaba beka ho. Na mum Ashanti de wo en selecting crofone yie no mo for mo mamedim won se e ba be ko election chairman sabotu mu mu speaker mo ne ne ka ho ada DMB any ade wo mo wie ye fair shot o se chairman sabotu ne to no pay e se ko trafie ya na afe na nani abre afe na nani aba ne ho so afe na nani aba ne ho so wo say it will obscure any suspicion that the project is essentially an Oforipeni project. This point is crucial because with electoral politics, we have to have our eyes on the numbers. In the electoral process, we cannot be blatant until we are completely secure in the endeavor. It is especially so, it is especially so because so far, the Ashantis constitute the single most populous ethnic group in the country. So, say eba abatu mu a wo mu hu say asantefo and the doso pa wo mu na ye a tribe ba ko a wo mu doso pa eti no say wo anfa wo mu anka ho a ebe ha dwene, which is so, and they were able to do that. Select wuntumi mu wa mu da fe de ya bubu ashe obo no mu nam no mu ka, then they go against their own. Share paragraph 9 o mu kan o. What's it, although the Ashanti group within the current MPP is gearing itself to take over the party after Nana's tenure in 2024. It will be a deal if we could work to bypass them in 2024. What it? Bypass which people? The Ashantis. With hard work, we could work to pass the mantle over to a non-account person, preferably from the north, under whose presidency we could secure the maturity of our takeover project. And then we know can say MPP Fravero of regime on free north. Abama na se mamu ato. What say no bebe yep yina mampanyina. Ahonum anna sa wo mu project e betime wie peye because 8 years of nana wo ntimi nya ne wo peye nyina. To afoma jibia ka ho. Omo ba be jibia ka ho. Se ekoko fa santini ba pe akate.
To no because esla say yajeman. Yajeman.
So say city no. Was it to be specific? We need to strengthen our effort to control the mineral resources as well as electricity and water institution. Electricity, oman farmer PDS.
Ba omiaka.
Yedi ma PDS no. Se nyesa mewu beka say guarantee there some de bani fictitious ah.
Yo.
Senkeko. Eti omo fire na so manfa.
Fire. 8 months omo jeje sika ma account.
What an nkomo be koso a hono antimanye. Was it the success of this project depends on the way in which we for the time being control the judiciary and the press. Second to last paragraph.
Control the judiciary.
Control the judiciary and press. Ayo ngwa si e park Supreme Court. Ayo ngwa si e park Appeals Court. Ayo ngwa si High Court bebre ya park hodum. Ayo ngwa. Enu nie edem wotifie we say sadie we eye fake. Eish
ato.
Eti asa na wogay. And the press ene hwe Ghana media me say nyankopon be bisamo. Nyankopon be bisamo. Asem no brother ho amunka wonim say stages bi ogra omo makwan say obebo sadie we so. Omo makwan. Na yatima limit the whole thing say and the elections are yekono e just MPP NDC. Amunim say just adete. Amunim say just adete. Assembly ni omo control the press and this country one more pick journalists be yes a tribe or movie say woman na the movers and shakers. In this book make ho every month 1 million Ghana cedis. 1 million Ghana cedis. I'm going to do national security.
Maybe an hour.
Maybe an hour. Eho, and ya trashim. Be say, Sadia way, me pebusheni obeba, ye be bodia wo kroma say. Men kwa mrango bodia, me koche bi honum. Ye be bodia wo kroma. What the Bekan yi, bekan baby, bekan wi a na fe amafo hu se enye trim je se me mmom me trim keke ana me de akan. Hwe. Wo mo decide se eye banks a ewo krom ha nyina no. Wo mo take you over. Take you over ne se wo mo wo ne efe ne data bank a eye kenu for atadia. Eti no wo mo ba be masa data bank no ejina no no na be government advisor. A che se loans ni bibia sikasɛm hyehyɛ bia yɛ aban de bia no saa bank ne benya ɛbɛyɛ na ɔmo gye ɔmo card na ɔmo hwea ebigum ɛne ade so ɔmo nete no eti no ɔmo ɛyɛ ɛyi sɛ banks no yɛn group no into 3 that 3 na ɔmo group yɛ no ɔmo atodin ɔmo wɔ terms ɔmo use mother ɔmo use biological children and then adopted children. Madano ejina homa Bank of Ghana. Ano mo say, Madane de governor no eyo munipa. First deputy eyo munipa. Second deputy no ana wonyo munipa but won show any discomfort. Just say won how mo adwene. Ete you okay, won be manage no. Now, first deputy no enche obekọ retirement. Okọ retirement a mayemfa no second one no go straight. Ni akase e kwa appoint obi aba second. Etu omo interest on be appoint obi a oye lawyer to Bawumia. Na omo de na ba first deputy so that omo ade no ebeye solid. Ni ehun say oh Bawumia ni pa na hye ha no. Akufo ado so ni pa na hye ha say no. Ye say omo timi akoso. All these things has happened in this country. We are sitting here saying what? Now, what biological children was it this bank in which we should have controlling interest? The collapse of local banks with ties to opposition, NDC, and other rival political factions. At the banks are moving say, or more, your NDC for the ano. Unibank ne the akikakeka ho ada heritage capital na ohwe GN bank omunguni nyina mene wo kase yaguna na se nguno ato eti utrase na wo kase no kra bia nimu a na nyansa be na oda utim omo gusa bank ni nyina no mo go bank no mo senka bank ni hia just 6 million na omo timi de agira omo na so Moko go bank more use 21 billion. Yeah. 21 billion. In the book, almost 30, almost NDC for da. Da, te, mamen kanjro. Was it the NDC has been poor, incoherently, and consistently demanding detailed accountability and audit of the funds spent? Sami Jenfi Mama did that. Generation don't get your mama did that on this issue. In case 21 billion. Okay, mama details. Ekohi. Ya yedin obi ankasa. Ana 21 billion ani afane sa. Ani etikrom hase. Oyonko apake go ha man na nkanso a wo mo ba biti. Yen yete hase. Na yete hodom sa de. It is so called adopted children now. And no ye outside a Absamo and then you can say Eco Bank, Stanbic in your kaika. One more defense be or more yes, Absa a year almost changing, you know. It is a book number 2016 there. Look, I have shown it to you. This is not my AD 2020. This is the revision. This is the revision, the revised version of the book no muye no. That time na Absa wo krom hase. Na Absa ba, ya change back grace. Ako Absa. Wo mo kan dia tum a round of voting. And then me ko TV station bi. Then the party say na ye den na Absa. Ebe be sha hase. Adam so hwe. E dey say that take your time and read. Mpa kan kan. Ehonum no mo de MIF. Afa no. Minerals Income and Investment Fund. Kwa yo mbefa so mbe control. Hodom na wo. Wo ba Ecobank. Ti wo mo kire se aha no enye se bia appointment ni se wo mo appoint wo mo ankasa yi. Dem wo mo nyo mo nkrofo mo Nigeria ho kakra. Na board no wo mo tima control board. Nti wo mo nya board na ni wo mo ba ba ni se omo kokonya sika bi e wa brochire na omo de be ye omo private ya na omo de afa ho e dey asem na e ka cho is it no money laundering is it no money laundering
they are good at it
eti se ba essence nkrofo no ho nti momo munyi no makle no mo de ko this is it Ecobank particularly we have two routes of entry into this institution. First, through Senate, which has a seat on the board of Ecobank Ghana by virtue of each shareholding. The seat is occupied by the Director General of Senate. In phase 2 of our agenda, Kofi Bosompem Osafumafo, who is the Deputy Director General of Senate, should be made the Director General. Give him the seat of the Ecobank Ghana board. And 2 years. 2020 no more revise book yo.
Safumafo bano.
And then 2024 yawo. What the fa can say letter na at the terminate Dr. Tenkran and they shed the tone. You say bufu show. And the true letter no. And Dr. Tenkran say one penny voters no mo to tono no one resist it. And the pamono phase 2 na drew agenda no adru Kofi Bosompem ono ane de na kwakwehye hono. And they say o board no so. Ye be fie ani. Sika ba hono mu yifa hono mu a me say Ghana for you can do this country good by voting massively against MPP. Na yamba hwehwe sa nyoma nyina mu. Ni yamba hwehwem. Na yen jeli wo mo sisi jeli wo mo. Ye jeli wo mo. Adentina betra ho amasa nyoma we ato yen. Hwe me ne wo ka sei. Woko insurance a. O ma hwehwe ne se ne o mo hwehwe wo bank na.
Meso ho.
Eno so ho. Ye wo mada ne ye ka say National Insurance Commission. No more biological children. Biological children no enterprise group is a dominant in the insurance industry. Eti onu na eba be government insurer. SIC ananka onu na gina ho mo man no oye no ya ka omu nyina agu. Ya de kenu for ata de na eba
enterprise.
Ene wo de call even DVL. The only a year SIC insure a metro mass. Apart from that, all government vehicles enterprise insurance. Enterprise insurance. Now, just no more cry. And he say, because some person enterprise insurance, etimi a year, you know. And so we make sure. What's it? Enterprise Group is the dominant leader of insurance industry, and its position has been strongly enhanced since the coming into power of MPP government in 2017. So MPP ba mono ama enterprise insurance aye what you do. There is really no need to aggressively pursue direct acquisition of additional insurance companies. What is it? Now, the phase 2 strategies for continuous control include the following. Continue to push major government insurance deal to enterprise insurance. Number 2, sponsor elections of candidates to executive positions of key labor unions such as NAT, NAGRAT, UTAC, TUTAC, GMA, etc. So they can influence the appointment of enterprise trustees and enterprise investment limited as trustees for the fund and managers of the tier 2 and 3. Your system, your pension system, aban achichemu. Tier 1 no aban ankasa ehwese bibia beko eyi. Then tier 2 tier 3 no I don't know unions no appointed a private eyi. Na chese wono no ahweso e de amawo. It is omo ba beto aba. Omo fasika puduo enkohyem. Se we Mugabe ne penny se oye NAT chairman. And I said NAT general secretary. Na ya ba sponsor ya mosuka puduo. No wa wene, wo weni wi a. Just bibia ye enterprise insurance. GMA say wo weni a bibia aba GMA enterprise. Yes, UTAG enterprise. Bibia enterprise. Ade nipa ba ko pe and the way you funa ye didi e wo krom hase. Ade insurance companies nyina mo bro mu nyina ase. Na ye ka ne eti ho no mo se den. hwe wo power no enti wo betima aka ne wo pe bia won tena so enkonkosi awieye wo ye dey aka 4 months wo be free power aka 4 months wo ye dey wo be free power. Why should we sit down for such a thing to happen?
Over there.
I didn't say now, okay. Me so more mugu ho ino muye mfo. Mamika asamunjo 2016. Yeah, who say ya win ya medium me say me kwa shawaba. E wada who say Samuel kwa press conference. So ye tiesi krom ya premo mu delay resource no. Fast and I'm done me ho. Me bedu asalam down. Na nipa kakra wo ehonum. Ana me cause one say mommy enko. Oh, you know, obasa me say obasa don't catch mommy enko. Be say me yeah wantimensi from that. Samuel ku youth leader wantimensi from. John Bodu was there as the national organizer and then acting general. Mommy enko mu nyina jo. Ana me ko J microphone. Me say hey, we are going. Mommy nyina nsi kwa no so. Ana me see chobo let's go. And you start here. You come here, sir. And you fast ro you do nima run about ho. Na man for bi ba mo dwane ye. Ta me drew odo rice no. Me twa mani afa me hu line end.
When I will lead.
Nipa na begu mu say twan.
Sa afa.
You do sake. Samia frɛ president want to talk to you. And another so asreme. Me for mu nyina mrefie ho. Because they go electoral commission. Me so mu nyina mu ye man no mu go ho no.
2024 near my best son.
One muye man go home. Say ya twaba. Ghana for say bia ya twama lanchemante the president elect. Na kuva do say the one hand over. Hey, now what what time was so? What the ani say January 7th. What bo suit? What baby? What ba parliament ave transe na. What here? Open ground woman. Na ya hand over. Ubetima ka say one hand over. E okroma say. Anu kra de oboa. Eyago anomudie enti sanwe ma wengi na ekoso hwe ma menka bibi wo eyansa obekọ ebia break awako under mining oil and gas ti asem omoka was say our mining as well as oil and gas strategies constitute a major plank of a blueprint for controlling the extraction of natural resources which God has generously bestowed on Ghana, particularly the Achem land. Was say growing environmental factors are rendering risky our use of illegal small-scale mining, galamsey, as a source of funding our political objectives. There is therefore the need to roll out a more rigorous legal means of controlling significant stake in the legal good value chain. Was it to this end, a cursory look at approved concession should be looked at, as Santi Bedietuo is to lead the process to take over these concessions detailed below and consolidate them into the extended Ejapa LLC incorporated in Jersey. Ejapa. Murevi Ejapa LLC. Echo Parliament. Say any company na eba beshe ye royalties ni ye kakika ho wo mo gigea na kakra sisi etua ma hemfo ni etua kakra sisi etua ma ban no mo so wo mo de wo o kan kwa animu a wo se ho no wo mo benya no putu wo mo gigiska na company we wo mo ko register wa brochire Jersey ana mo de aba de bronifita bia de animu se wo mo boa wo mo de omo dia na eyemede say at that day minority for etibi gina omo nan so eje ya walk out then people were numbers no omo pass here but because of CSOs ni agi e kasa ohunti no president say omo kwa koya amendment na samba back to parliament e san ko magije sika ni nadi amabium hwe wahu sa money companies Davis Money, Care Money Enterprise, Protect Enterprise, Soft Hands Enterprise. So money companies ngwao. Galamsey companies. Yet 332. 332.
All in the Ajapadi.
Oh, I don't know what chagumu awo mutu. What come hanwanti? Was say.
Yes, we are saying.
Was say ye depended on the Galamsey because of the environmental effect, you know. ebe ha wo mu a wo mu nya sika no se de se so mu nya no eti o mu mfa legal way bi eno no mu kokko create sa ejapa LLC so inside say wo mu tu ayi galamsey na eba no yakọ create way eti say all royalties eba be form so abusuan ba ko aden
are we straight enough
because they don't know
what is happening
because they don't know wey eye nyankopon na adanadi o seje nyankopon na ye Ghana dom a enka obeden wo hu enye nyankopon na ye a chese that day omu refi omu amfanhye omu save mu a obi kokko pie so e photocopy a enka obeden ye hu me see the whole word ejapa book yi eye ba ko pe ejapade book no ba ko pe ya printing no Ghana hands so the whole word just one copy etika obeden wo hu
few family
few
ya omunam kura ye hu mi
few enye nyankopon na ya aduma e ba power nka bebregura wu what you say because they knew how it was hard for some of them to buy even medicine so omunie hwe what say the technical team of this document led by DM Oforiata should further evaluate the following details in order to choose the appropriate site. Galamsey site in any. And the market green, a whole cohort go to no gumsa. Etino, or more enye evaluation. Or munye evaluation, not omunyi papano, not for munchichema or companies. Hey, and then the man who said, Kokubwahe or a prophet.
NDC Kokubwahe.
Tama MPP abayika so mo almost stop Galamsey no. What you say mo kan? One ti wo hu.
Kan say.
Wo se tro wo mo pa mo ho no mo achecha mo hu.
Mpa.
Sabuku we ya mama hu say asem akokubu ahe kan ye no say ye no kre. Menene ti used to say ado kan ye that day menene wo honom.
A concession wo anya bi.
Me ye dan konya bi. Me ye dan konya bi. Hey, you see?
Edidija.
I say na nyankopon nim say emre bi beba sei. Obi so me nsa so de me ko ba bi ne nkotwa concession mame. Misio ye beko da be de ye beko kira ye beko sei banko. Na we ya ba esese ekoko ye sei ma meko ye beko. Sanka me de eche kwaji bia nka menya hoden we. E de akasa. Matena ban mu 7 years. Abai mu 7 years. Galamsey you can't say quarter pro to grab anya bi.
Efinu ho.
Baby ho. Me say Nyankopon ni mu say a time is coming. Hope say is going Makufo Addo no. Ya bo party di wo mu.
Da bi da.
Yes say ahyase na waka. We say eye obi enti na omo ye. We say to our foremost king of Foripeni, the progeny spread across the world, for whom and to whom alone. What kind of book now? Analyze it. Analyze it. What's it? For whom and to whom alone this sacred document is prepared. What about BBD?
Very well. Live on TV as well as and also on Power 97.9 FM. So who enjoy show ya now the asedaka say ede ama yen aboafo ya omonso eta eche etumidi eye jumedie ede ebrewo ene enua ya ono na ejina modi ama NDC ewo sege en parliamentary candidate wose Mugabe more for your hopes in is too much ono so ne dia ode aba enono Apple man wose good evening boss, how are you doing? You are doing a fantastic job. The fire is too much this evening in your studio. God bless you too. Lydia sends this one from London. Wose Mugabe, you are doing a great job. Hopeson is Hopeson is making my day. Also, Nedia, also Ede Abba Enono, Ambassador Sampiale, former Ghana High Commissioner to India. As of today, all the private pension scheme are under the control of Data Bank and Enterprise. Enono, this man is very good. You know what he's saying?
Let him come to your program anytime you want him to come to your program. His words is very powerful. God bless you. We are enjoying the program. So, ahofe ono so ne dia ono so ede aba no. Osi Mugabe, the whole of Abosokan, everyone is listening to you. Keep the fire burning. Ono so unia yaw ono so ne dia wade aba no. As like I said, come ya boa for Safari Valley Eco Resort Mada Roma kan ho te chirebi ene edu dwumadie ebrewo ene anwumri ope baby a obetumi ne adofo akwa gimani edu weekend France Belgium Italy ne akeka nyina no ho ne omko djoju wo mo ho uduru ho ane hotel ho wura wo mu room sina bibia ye kama omu nuane so local and continental dishes bibia tutuemu kama fani eche wo dew na kwaji wani e wo constituency in the Eastern region. Call them on 05969143994 05969143994 Safari Valley Echo and obeka ho asem
enyenne nka ho asem nde
ba beka ho asem
ba beka ho ha ode don worry
oba beka hen
yeah
semaba
she mayenko
I hope say why
me ye woni mi se me kotena Germany nanka me tena ho me say every day Gabi friend na Eugene him friend na na se o bada ben afi na me tete na me jaya na mbai that time me late wife aye bibia ye chese ye ko ye people say dey me say dey me ko ye politics me nye adam jaya na betra kroma but ni nyina no awa Japan bie was on it. Was it we score as close to 70% for her execution of agenda to close down pro-NDC radio and television station, while we praise her for closing the media entities such as Radio SYZ, Capital Radio, Muntie FM, and many more. She scored some low marks in the implementation of the strategy. We expected her to leave Radio Gold from the list as obvious tactical reasons. She could have waived their debt like she has done for our friendly stations such as Ash FM in Kumasi. She could have been fired for the avoidable backlash in strategy, but for her long-standing role as Nane's protege. Our boys in quotation marks, to threaten Nancy Azuri Awuni. Whilst his publication in the past inured to our political benefit, he has overstretched himself in his attempt to assume an air of neutrality. He was influential to our historic victory, but his constant attack on government culminating into a militia documentary was most unfortunate.
Kasediano.
Or patch say Manasi, the way our boy bind by Quanchi, a year, you know, MPP, a momo, boy by Echino, a you too much. And to you sue or more boys. I did threaten. A by one as a mom. Oh, Manasi and your name go South Africa.
Why not?
One more interview, no, I say, yet threatening life into a general, a bay who Krumasi will be a cancer.
Media Foundation for West Africa, Munina about here.
So, where you see. Now we cast us out anyway, a faker. Not a serious.
77.
Share. Sad your way, you know, see. Young Fanny said, President is NDC for natural. And young Fanny said, John Mahama natural. Young Fanny said, John Mahama Troyan.
Name a woman.
And MPP government. Nyame woman in we implementing one by one. Sorry for Kunyana. Nipot Nancy this. Since the national security budget does not go through a normal scrutiny, this group has been assured of an enhancement of their regular emolument in our next government on condition that they work hard for our anticipated victory in December.
Sifakai Obi Paula Dumoche. Na say document by yache.
Oh say eyo mama say Sifakai ka say police for inviting me, or police for inviting me. Ayo mama.
You said it.
Yeah.
And they invited you.
Yes.
I'm not surprised.
Eti ye aja piatu me say na ya obeye. Paula Dumoche mrebe jati wana task no de you capture smart photo at 2 or 1 as I see say or multi face to face editing
as a sebi will be as will be a dinner.
So net send you more way in a coso. Yes, say national security. One reason 1 million. 1 million.
Can 10 billion.
10 billion.
Bosumi bia. 2.5 is dying.
Bosumi bia. They do baby no na a delay. Etiase kakitu avinka na na kufado fire
o boss.
Aye kandapa. This is what the book is saying. Now I am saying say once this
or say yes yeah banks ni ye good banks no to ni sika kwahye besi ne intwanika tisa aban ni katra o say bank na egugu ye no watua sika na esa otiase Mate Daniel Yao Domlevo but minya daji mbisa who actually you are. Tell me about yourself.
That's a way the school, not myself. Well, open and say Daniel Yao Domlevo. When you baby a friend from place.
Alcohol, baby,
Utra quota for a question and no drados.
Pantu, Swako, Alcohoda.
Yes,
Coupon campaign.
Okay, Coupon or your friend at Donkokrum. Donkokrum. Yes, you do one man. Utra, basic 1.5 kilometers. Could be away from a DMR. The Hona Obranisha, Siamiku, Sukun, Nasapo. Now, sir, a crooked one, needy a poplar. Some penny for power producer among Wunim.
Sir,
Wunim lawyer Kwamijan.
Lawyer Kwamijan, land expect no.
Lawyer. No, 1 year classmate. 1 year behind me.
Okay.
The Bishop Crow free the same Adiamra. Benifo Bebre, who call land economy, University of Ghana. Head now, Dr. Kwambwati of the Selkranase. Indeed, your Caribbean, a home of us or pa. Indeed, a friend sent a friend side to us a middle school, 77 more, a trainer. May hear my dear Metwaso. Mekaisa Miko pass. Some call pay admission. Price secondary school pass. Yes, ni short year pass. In call so 5 years, Mr. David, Minia Dadia, we go school 5 years. Till me through me bar school be ufri in pass a bakruma. School kit will be a friend of my Jan's Business College, Commercial College.
Okay.
And I'm a call her, me the 1 year. I'm saying school, I'm say, and yet me honey, enemy through on Bangkok. Ufri and go Conco Consona Utra and Coco Secondary School. Echo Krum, Lorry Park be a Benkum was as one. Quambida in the farm. Echo School be a friend a Mukoko, Modern College of Commerce.
If I say Mukoko, Modern College of Commerce.
Mukoko. And as we call the 1 year, me cry and say what I has me whole sharing, and I'm a cook, Ababu, we do run about no. And so now school be a shade, our friend Gardens the Commercial College. Oh, Gadeko. Me call Gadeko. Me through her and me bar Capole, Kumasi Polytechnic.
Hey,
and me baby me even RSA stage 3, any O level.
Okay.
And to me, no 85, 87, and me samba Polytechnic na, and I'm baby to us, so send me ICA, me accountant. And me start me share accountancy training as say. Me the ana me pongo pentemunti. No me be ham for procedure.
We are in temtem.
The ana me kaja mo say me kokwa in school. In time ko me fa roadside.
Roadside.
Me ka say 78. No, that be 87, sorry. 87. Me enroll ya anche be say a year. Na Oma di any mon kokoye on exams. I'm so maybe. I'm say now first year. Among for second year kura who so now first year so metro. And I'm go trade. Me go to exams go me late because turn them go different place. Dim call exams council. Results by best student award Ghana. First year. And me we interno. And I'm a register or friends UPS, certain friend IPS. Me say me twaso. So now me try do kumase. So now me try do kumase about school and cry.
Hey,
now I'm from a visiting student. So only visiting lecturers.
visiting lecturer, visiting student.
And now I'm from visiting student because weekend me back Friday. My back copy notes na me de call. Na me come kumase me go try my teacher ni addition so. Weekend ma san ba. You go try exam ma pass one knows me copy as no ma feel. Don't say go we kura idea se me.
Wow.
Me de sana nyamincha de me qualify in 1992. In 1992 na me qualify as a chartered accountant. 91 also ansana me qualify no ye from ejum. Ini me biade me course me go ejuma.
David.
Ghana Films here TV3 here.
TV3 here.
Na me office edana wo kwai ho no. First floor na ho na me office ho.
Hey.
Chris Hesse Dr. Chris Hesse any entry auntie Victor auntie na se for that time na your Ghana Films na na mo friend TV3 na se for. But now me a staff of accountant general. Ntimi ejuma wa accountant general ko si 2009. And World Bank ejuma bi pie mu na me apply no mo fa me e de me ko share Zimbabwe. Timi share Zimbabwe ene Malawi na me support Zambia na se for sa. Na 2016 ni appointed me as Auditor General. He appointed me so na de do krom na me tero de so am say edi azemuni e bi say mama lose election o go fa ni nyonko ase ni nua ase den edi na ban na se form say okay titsana anadwumen adana ye man appointments adana na me san e call back enyumre na maba holidays entina me return ticket to me call airport na me kitam back me bisa mo say menya kwan na on say we to me change ticket me change ticket
back to Zimbabwe
manko Zimbabwe ko Malawi na me support Zimbabwe ni Malawi enti me ko Malawi ti omo frɛ me akwa no enia
and today na Mahama Bo din sabe Auditor General no that day no buketem ko Malawi.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Oh, so what I heard was correct.
Yes. Okay. Na me bu me ketem ko because na no mamienu bi e wo madwenem no mamienu me ka chance ni di kan ene se sebe na me ejuma ma World Bank enye fese on beti on radio so say makoye Auditor General mra means resign enye professional ndine ezemeko ekokoji permission na me resign unse ejuma so unnya ni dize dia why waje say u pay free with them
it one ne Mahama ndwene ho
dabi enti o me ka kire Delis Debra Julius Debra yeah timi ka kire say esemeko na emo mi godu ansa na me frɛ no mo man frɛ no Ghana mi say aban say de o si on ma no akere bi aga say stop no me ma ne
nko
timi godu ansa na me frɛ ga say eseme give permission na me resign properly because now I was in charge of projects Debre Zimbabwe na se for enti me yes ano na me ji say World Bank be ka say o be hia be na o twa na say bosome me do go am say congratulations say your people need you and your call this is say okay me da say na ka no mano ba ko say me ga just no ma mienu second one so na madwumi am tanta kakra because nipa waluzu election na otwe na ukode meaning say constitutionally there or start to me so the incoming administration can be very difficult to be a obetuma ga say okay say your power na say we so be ejuma de trauna resources are be ejuma no ye mfa ma omu mi o ma no nka so a bedding enti me nim kwa mo fa so ete na Mati opoku prempe. So ni Napo. Oh, minyongo pa no. Ofre me bro, me sme friend no bro. Napo. Minen di dada. Ye bisa no. Ansa no be minister na minim ni dada. Kufo aba mu na me wakanta njena. No ba me office almost every now and then. Me so kura na minim ni office near Parliament House. Osumo baby. Yeah me kono. no frame is minia matisi ya appoint do auditor general also win em say na say me dwene ho na mentimi hu say mo amu be monim be adwuma na say yenye no so ye no be adwuma say na pominim so yen bibi ni so enye wo na wa wini presidency no ya Kufuado enye wo no so yo ate na okumase anwumre na no ofa play no ba nkran Napo
wow
osan frame me anwumre anajo na me won Malawi say hold on for the president elect no the phone no ma Nana Kufuado e ka kire me say congratulations you say oh wow we win election who congratulate me who na congratulations there me dey my winning
eti wo Mahama bo wudi na wuja ho call Malawi no
yeah
ena Napo frel na Napo fa flight fi Kumasi bank ena obe Nana anim no de ono ni phone
ma Nana Tinanado ba so no ka kire me say congratulations me say wo so kan wo na congratulations na ye o de na me de me win hwe no so what say yes me go auditor general na me say me sheda enyintum wow because of ebia omuba ombe ha me na asefo nti na ohye me boss me nkonkoje na we bisa na ne nkrofo kire ne say to use his words so say I'm told you can do the work with your eyes closed
san Nanado ka kire
Nanado uno ka kire me nti
Debio His Excellency the President
yes then
that
the president elect yes
told you I'm
told you can do this work with your eyes closed so go and take it into some bar and I say when we come to office we will sit down and see how we can work together because fighting corruption is very key on my agenda
okay
now here can nyame nim no kreni yes swear into office the following week I no frame to a meeting summit na Napo hobi asante bedia to no hobi na Nanado ni pa for na oye discussion or say that
it is summit ya say ya Mahama Bowudin but Nanado na swear in
Dabi mama na swear me in
okay
mama because me sambai me buy say me ti say your opinion say onum be adwuma no and say okay and remember nti me buy na ye swear me in
biom
Dabi okay ye bomb
okay we buy them Mahama no
appointment is different from swearing
okay
and me J letter ni appointment
okay
now obeko office akwa swear say you want to take the position per provisions of the constitution
that's right
in the year and we na me can say oba office na nche me say the following week I'm from na ye shisha na ye de normal tutu akwam ntina nyongo pa no be masem na msumi panasem because na minim say you be a na ni abre say
fighting corruption
exactly because me o Malawi kura me ka kire me nkrofo say give Ghana 4 years we will be above all African countries because you can say if you hear the president elect some of his words 1 I will protect the public purse 2 okay
I'll protect the public purse
2 if you want to make money go to the private sector this is not where you don't make money in the public sector public service is what it should be and 3 family and friends no
okay
you say this man will be very objective and 4th one Anas principle
okay
now I was following Anas so you say oh no if somebody gives this undertaking then I think he is serious so I'm going to help she says so kaya the first reporter me here now who can
I don't ever come once someone know
this allow 5.4 billion yes oh na neaje o kaya anaso mo pair go on the internet State of the Nation address 2018 he commended the Auditor General.
That's right, I mentioned your name.
And Independence address 6 March 2018 again he mentioned that it can help him to do the free HS and do roads and whatnot, etc. And now no man now come because Kai says Sabrino. Now the audit was about the previous period, which is Mahama administration. Now we audit Mahama administration. Now Terabia Museum say, say the very edging so you do need tema. The people say, but now me see They call 2018 kakra na fe de bullets ni starting ba ni territory so that we I could over hard. And that is the journey and nyame ncha de drew 2020 or say minko leave na ehono nsem bebre na unimzene o Supreme Court asafu mafu case no crew and associate na o Supreme Court na another one Zoom Lion na no say very hot Zoom Lions me say charging no 411 million.
Hey,
yes, oh yeah, Google na
Zoom Lion, yeah,
Zoom, yeah. Emani appeal at the High Court no lose case no na omu ye appeal at the Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal no, interestingly they decided not to challenge the ruling but challenge the original jurisdiction of the Auditor General. Say Auditor General.
Ghana Frontier say. Then about was charging Zoom Lion 411 million Ghana cedis.
Zoom Lion, no, in accordance with our audit process, no. Auditors who say year 1 year audit.
That's right.
And the information and as an intel we bring say who say district assemblies, no, together with this district assembly common fund, Zoom Lion car. Say on your fumigation exercise.
Okay.
Until Umetia says cano. Now the same exercise has been paid also by National Health Insurance Authority. And just Umetia 2 times.
It's just a National Health Insurance Authority. Etria Zoom Lion car.
Exactly.
As a binding so.
This is the assembly.
This is the assembly so. Etria. It's a drama or coyeno. You try
twice.
Okay.
And I'm say okay. Here say the entire fine juma as auditors. Here pay evidence. Inti yabehwehwem. And I'm commission audit.
Okay.
So audit no mu ye ni umbe to be able to frustrate that audit. We can Professor Duajimai. Ai na nya asem ketwa.
Professor
Duajimai.
Former Auditor General.
Former Auditor General who should know better.
Frustrated you.
Papa me didn't ho ya papa.
Oh.
The frustration. At a point in time, friend me catch them say, or pese Yoko for a bed join me na audit. No, Mr. Yoko, any Auditor General there. Say me bibina se me say it is criminally it has criminal implication. Na a bay here Yoko. Nam they come on, but they can be part of the audit.
That's right.
Yes, and and me too kind. Echo friends Rwanda. Na me Kigali. And one of my deputies, Ephraim, say, and Grofana Omoye audit no. Professor Duajimai, Ephraim say, Omunya audit now, Omunshiano in the office the following day.
Hey,
you say, hey,
Zoom Lion audit no.
Yes, and you Zoom Lion, National Health Insurance.
National Health Insurance.
Yes,
and it is
yes, near PCF. What did they pay for? Okay, near National Health Insurance. I'm so boy. I say, Anokye. I'm say, Anokye, padia. Write me an email. Because audit the audit trail.
Okay.
Now phone zui chinabaga dimaka say that be
Mankasa.
Until they throw me email. You know, sending me email. They are sending me email. And I'm forward you code come and do
open so.
So I was here no munso and say. Me de come and do say prof. I say me say Anokye. Tell me that is not true. No respond yes Anokye. Na one chief executive. I'm say friend Dr. Yawano or something like that. Dr. Yawano. I mean,
okay.
Yeah. Say me feeding so, but it seems Dr. Yawano, something like that. Because me kaya no pa because me Yawano intino from Yawano. Aba Behun say the audit is going very badly into he should intervene. Me say now audit there. And one is the Omarezi observations. Says Sikawi you. Also, they be scanning that has say here's the evidence. Now, sir, assembly the Nasam call. In the audit, they call badly there anything. And me trying to say you don't have that mandate. As a board chairman, you have no mandate for audits in the country. The board itself, Ghana for tears as a Article 189 of the Constitution. It doesn't give the board any mandate on audit. It has no mandate, not even a supervisory mandate. It doesn't have.
Okay.
The board mandate is clearly stated over there. But UCO 187, that mandate is for only the Auditor General. Into one constitution can say Ghana Audit Service should audit Ghana. It said the accounts of the central government, district, what not, etc., shall be audited by the Auditor General, not Audit Service. Into call 188, which is the next one, and establish Ghana Audit Service. Okay. So there shall be Ghana Audit Service, which is part of the public service. Full stop. No mandate. But under the 187, which gives Auditor General some mandate, no, clause 3, actually say he can appoint or delegate to other people to do the work on his behalf. And the Audit Service now is a tool or a mechanism that the Auditor General uses to do his work. And not only even the Audit Service, at times to even outsource it to the private auditors. So you can use Audit Service or this thing. And to me, I can say, Ora, we are former Auditor General. To me, Ben original so. I will from the staff say, oh,
you called him?
Yes, no, I wrote it. It's written.
Okay.
And in any annual, and not throw memo to the board, the full board. Memo on the computer so cry. Still, not throw memo to the board. Say he has received complaints from Yawano, who is the chief executive of Ghana Health Service. Say he should intervene in the audit, and when he tried, this is my response.
Intervene?
Yes.
Really?
And he attached the audit observations to it. I'm saying, audit observation is a very confidential document, and you are sharing it among the board members.
Do you still have a copy of that?
I can find it. Yes.
Look for it for me.
I can find it.
Look for it for me.
I decided I'm a free Kigali because I was just about leaving to Ghana. And I'm by. We drew a question. I call for forgotten which TV station, either City or maybe Joy FM, one of them. And my friend me say there is an audit report which is in the public domain about national health insurance. And say, oh, now I'm a discussion. And so yeah, audit have any issue report to cry. Audit process no team no issue observations. We are then they bring it to the director or their head or no issue what we call the draft audit report or management letter. After the management letter, according to section 29 of the Audit Service Act, you have the draft, you have 30 days to respond to the issues. And sana Auditor General issuing a report. Mr. draft a copy of this. And I'm going to say, okay, to be sure that we are saying the same thing, what they have, they should send it to me. In the forward, the memo which DIGMI had shared with the board, and because it has all the attachment and everything, and even acknowledgement from the Ghana Health Service, because when they receive the audit observation, they acknowledge it. You know, I'm saying, oh, okay. Tiaba board no,
board.
Look, you cannot be acting illegally in front of me. The law of Ghana is supreme. It doesn't matter who you are. This law guides everybody. Mandate more to even question me about the audit I'm doing away. Now, as long as you don't have that mandate, I'm continuing.
Hey.
And the issue is not going to be discussed.
Hey.
Until you transfer. Board
transfer.
Oh, yeah, woman to be discussed. Because this issue is not for discussion. You can't discuss it.
Say a sick eye and now should almost jai.
Minyai. And actually, now and easy. And Chibia is the best now trying now to me, you know. Satam now audit draft audit report now for the abedu maintain. Now neither my name. And I'm go Kumasi. We go Kumasi for a certain occasion. Adanos mi fi akra ne ko e nti esore ntem kakra mi du Kumasi na come to me say ah na come to me and papa say I'm say yanko say conference Lancaster hotels there those days golden tulip yanko ho de omo buffet so I can just go and take something and eat then we go to the occasion mi wura ho na mani bo madam Fruma opare enim she was sitting there watching looking towards the door timini nani asia no Omami sign.
Chief of staff.
Chief of staff, Madam.
Tell me the story.
Yeah. No, so you party oboni dinner say we huna just we. Me bo die, he say me mama ti so say, "Hey, papa me oboni die ni." Me say, "Ah, So he excused the people who were with us. No, say, Matisse, you are working against us. I'm saying, no, so I said, just auntie. No, say, almost say, audit be a national health insurance. No. Even though we say we started from 2012 to 2018, and so focus in na just 2018. They just say you are looking at the current government, but not the previous. Let me see. Auntie William, baby. I mean, under the natural course of things, no. Me too, quite sana, mesan bad that day, no. Inka report income the BJF, and as Mija and Grind, me babaka. But me kita report, no. Me see free car mukurano. Me see free car now me the report not to car no. I'm say, I'm sure na me policeman me driver I go can report you.
No, it's a fact.
Me go fire report. Nekita me. Na ekita. I'm say report ya wo kan wan say manti. Eni. Me yan issue here. I feel good na me go through. Na mum to prove the point no. Wo dey share just the summary. Me the summary ne keke chiro. Until me the summary ne chiro no me ga say we see I'm targeting a particular regime. There are about 35 audit observations, according to the summary. 35 of them. Only 4 relate to your regime.
Now we have
31
audit report.
The audit report covers 2012 to 2018. And in the course of the audit, they have raised 35 issues.
35 issues. No?
Yeah.
A move for
related to the 2 years of your regime.
And the
31 related to
Mahama
regime. The target, we say me targeting away. And on one or here no serious. Hey, me grow for why here on be go no masse. Cause you were Juba.
Oh, the chief of staff can say cause you
yeah. She didn't stop anything. I said yeah. Cause now you were Juba. Inti. No ethical die until a year audit, no, and I thought I should surcharge some people because some payments were not right. First surcharge, went to, for instance, Sly Mensah. If you can remember Sly Mensah, he was the chief executive. So I surcharged him some amount. I surcharged Dr. Ano and Co. some amount.
Okay.
And I surcharged Zoom Lion also for some amount.
So audit reports, on National Health Insurance Authority and the District Assembly establish a fact and say
exactly.
Zoom Lion for one job.
For the same service.
Okay.
And
the
total about 180 something, close to 200
million Ghana cedis.
Yes. But we calculate interest now. Say charge recovery of the money plus a charge.
Oh, okay.
Because the Supreme Court in Occupy Ghana versus Attorney General explain say there are 2 things: disallowance and surcharge. Okay. Disallowance is where the Auditor General will officially cancel or disapprove the payment.
Okay.
Then they take the next step to surcharge, and the surcharge is recovery plus a penalty or some additional money for taking government money. And I'm not my imagine say I should try and be objective. And he mean to me show when him as a captain who to say. Now, Papa, with their own say.
Okay.
So I decided to use the lending rate of Bank of Ghana.
Hey.
It's a basic kind of offer. Say Bank of Ghana, Emosika, they have a lending rate.
Okay.
So I say, okay, it is offer Bank of Ghana says, means say charge you there. I'll take it say wabo this year every. And the calculating a see 411 million
Ghana cedis
from the time the monies were paid up to date. The Zoom Lion TSC in a court.
Yes,
because the law actually says that anybody who is aggrieved can appeal at the High Court.
Okay.
It was within their right. According to the Audit Service Act, in Section 17, you have 60 days to do that, actually. So he appealed in a court. A court is also High Court in Ebutiano.
The High Court,
Because we brought evidence, judge, documents, District Assembly in any. The same document in the National Health Insurance. There's the evidence.
The judge said,
Judge said, "Me know, into Omungo to his cano.
Am I
One Zoom Lion appeal to Court of Appeal.
Okay.
In the Court of Appeal, no. I feel the Omo and challenge say charge, say the appeal is because the thing say the jurisdiction of the Auditor General does not affect a private business.
How?
It stops at government officials.
But I
know, maybe in the ban is happening at Court of Appeal. Say, oh, okay. So now we are talking about interpreting the Constitution. And the mandate of the Supreme Court.
Supreme Court. Oh, okay. So that's how Asake is
exactly. In the Omnico Supreme Court say Supreme Court should interpret. In the Supreme Court, Satam na kabe na sana 3 or 4 days be ansana sa leave a yeneba na minim si leave kra eba. In the Supreme Court. And through my lawyers, na ga Supreme Court say you don't need to do any interpretation. And we have drawn the Court of Appeal's attention already. Say, in Occupy Ghana versus Attorney General, when they were giving the consequential orders, they said the Auditor General should hold public servants and all other people. So they interpret the person which is in the law. They were supposed to interpret when they say should hold persons accountable. Who are the persons?
Both private and public.
Thank you. And they themselves interpreted the person. And you don't need to interpret it anymore. But Omenti
Supreme Court
oh, there be Omenti. And in Ansani, I say, me call leave, and I'm call me leave.
Tikes ekosise.
And the and say Supreme Court say, we say the Auditor General's mandate covers the private sector there, and so you must. The judge did not establish fraud in the case. And so if he had established fraud there. And the mandate of the Auditor General gets activated. And based upon that, they said, no, the mandate does not cover except if the private sector or the private person is fraudulent. Me say, hey, Supreme Court, what kind of judgment now I be osre? Me say, in but of course, that time now, the current Auditor General, he was acting for me. So he agreed with whatever the Supreme Court said. And so they wrote back to the Court of Appeal say the mandate does not cover this because the judge did not establish fraud. And Article 187 clause 7b. There is no mention of fraud there. It was imported by the Supreme Court. But fortunately, I was not.
That was imported by the Supreme Court.
Yes, to be honest with you, an army officer and the on
what's it?
Because I was ready to challenge them, to tell them. I will beg their permission that I want to speak myself, not my lawyers. I want to speak to them. But fortunately, that I'm not in the office. Because now I was very determined to say, no matter what, I will challenge these guys. Because no more about that. No more sophomore for the
okay.
Now, and I was really peeved by how they treated Osafuma for one. Okay, Crew and Associates.
That's right.
And Sana Weber. But fortunately, I was not the Auditor General at the time, and it is an office, not a personal thing. So it went and died.
Okay, tell me what happened. Who call office? Yes, you could leave. You then you see a local office. What happened? Tell me that story. About the role of the auditor in the building.
Local that was the Zoom Lions time as well as Crow and Associate. The two cases were happening at the same time.
Okay.
But now Crow and Associate was more popular.
Because of
Asafumafu. Now people were aware of this one. And also the same type of thing in Crofono Ekoye audit. Now, before then, let me explain something. I am among auditor. The Auditor General goes around and be looking into. No, we have institutional arrangement that teams go to do their audit. Until when they do the finding as if Auditor General doesn't know. There be like there are audit offices all over the country. Just like how the police operate. And then you say IGP, HOB or Abumusua, he is not aware. Until maybe the case is brought to him, he is not even aware. Okay. Until this team who went to Ministry of Finance, and audit in 2018, and who payment of about $1 million. Since a man who referred to $1 million Ghana cedis. No, $1 million.
And
yeah, 1 million Ghana cedis.
There $1 million.
Dollars, yes. That's a credit that's all. Yeah, over $1 million. US, Ama Crow and Associates. So the audit question was very simple. Where's the evidence of the work done? Because according to the contract, normally you do work and then they pay you. So where's the evidence? Yes. Now evidence, no monsanka. And I almost say, okay, let's go back to basics. First and foremost, contract no crowing.
Contractor, you share $1 million.
Exactly. Contract no away. And the contract no buy. A honor auditors and say, I agree with that. Because when Jessica bears 6 months and some more sign contract.
Sasa Debbie, Omutia $1 million.
Exactly.
Emma Crow and Associates.
Yes.
After 6 months.
And Sana.
Almost signed contract.
So the contract happened months. I don't know what is exactly 6 months, but after the payment of the money.
Wow.
Okay. And she assumed me bed. Now contract I'm saying so procurement process ben amufa so procure because it is part of procurement. Now procurement is a competitive or restricted tendering or single source. So single source and say okay. Say single source there approval mode single source no because according to the Public Procurement Act no munya approval from the Public Procurement Board. That's what I can say you should get approval from Public Procurement Authority. Public Procurement Board.
So there's a difference between the board
exactly.
and the authority.
In the Act defines the authority and defines the board as the governing authority of the board.
Okay.
And it is only the board. Ghana Fontaine. It's only the board which has that mandate, not the authority.
Okay.
Nipa bebre once when your Public Procurement Authority approval. Nansemi who NCA communication beyond now it was in social media. Only they got approval. Me can't say this is a fake approval. Because it is stated there that PPA hereby approves. No, they can't approve. It is the board.
Only the board.
Yes, until the proper approvals. No, Osha, the PPA chief executive writes at the board meeting on this date, board meeting number so and so, approval was given.
Okay.
So he communicates.
So it's not the authority.
Not the authority, it is the board.
Okay.
And he say, where is the approval? And somebody copy. Satamna case now I hear a leak internet or social media. And he somebody copy by and me say, oh, authority nini. Do you notice that it is an approval from the PPA, not the board? Obia or person or Timasino on kind section 40 of the Public Procurement Act. It is clearly stated there, 39, 30, and 39, I think 40 and 41 of the Public Procurement Authority Act. And it should be a board approval. You say, but this one is PPA approval. ABIJ's approval is not the board's approval. So I cannot accept this. That is one. Two, this approval is given after the contract has been signed. Till payment was done, contract signed, approval now get received. Reverse G. They are applying reverse G. This approval was given after the contract has been approved. And ironically, given by a chief executive who doesn't have that mandate. It is the board which has the mandate. But the most interesting part, Captain, and he said, the approval was to Kandapa national security, not senior minister.
The approval, no.
The approval. It was even addressed
to the national security minister.
Exactly.
Not the senior
exactly.
minister.
It said the education service approval. Now health. Amaso Edieko.
Hey.
Exactly. So these are two different entities. Now, guys, are you reading the approval? The approval is being given to national security. And I'm saying, okay, so this approval idea, but then the evidence of work done, and also here,
okay,
and also so Sanka. So they raised the audit.
Before approval.
Almost sign, and sign a contract. Yes, sign. Yes, sign contract and sign approval. And approval no cranya was for there. national security.
And I was also correct. You want more years so well.
They give us the evidence as well. They are not giving it.
Now, almost $1 million in Ghana. Maybe a Ghana for
refugees. Almost they were going to collect some money. Now it has been paid by the previous government. That's right. And so. Because under the contract, no, Captain. You say we can want someone come a copy of the approval no bachelor. 1 hour. Some people were paid. Some about $750 an hour.
Abai, please, Abai, Chief. Abai.
Also, means be to Google that contract and yes. To me Google that Crew and Associate. Now 1 hour.
Every hour be a $750.
I think the maximum was about $750. A day 500. No, so for within an hour. Beautiful amounts. Papa with reference Manasseh. He also made a story about it. No, see the president's salary for a man to cry is about somebody's 1 hour 1 hour payment. But when they issued the audit observation, that was January 2018, I remember, they could not provide the evidence of the work done. And in March, they issued the management letter. These are all according to law. Audit na AMRL. Okay. According to Regulation 34 of the Audit Service Regulation, you issue observations on the field. The audit team leader is supposed to issue the observations and receive response. I don't know, 1 year in January 2018. Then I remember in March, the team leader issued the management letter, which again, in accordance with Section 29 of the Audit Service Act, you are supposed to respond within 30 days. And also response number. Until June, and I may issue my audit report to Parliament.
Sorry.
Because after 30 days, we say March, April, May. Just say, 30 days, no long time. To June, and I may issue me a report in the Parliament. Me issue a report in June, Grano. Honorable Safuma for a sanctuary me. Say, some crop no more ye Jumana say for Monsieur Mate. I didn't respond to that letter because now my issue me report time is also I sank out umami nchechiremu any evidence na twom de dada enti manfi ena search charge na ba na omo say omo ntiase enti omo de court ena omo de court me refi ni lawyer ni di anyway ehu hia ni lawyers na say for national security interest entina ejuma omo ye and they couldn't show it to the auditors and says it was for a national interest. Mr. G. This is the opportunity I was looking for. Because now me person may establish 1 point. Say nobody is exempted from audit. Not even the president. We audit the president. We audit the National Audit Security Office in Angasan. So why would
sometimes you don't make it public?
Yes, it depends upon the findings. Okay. So findings here, what will not cause trouble there.
You don't make it public.
Yes.
So you were looking for that.
I was looking for an opportunity to establish this.
To investigate the national security.
Everybody can be audited. No, we have been auditing them already. But at times there was pushback. Like this is national security issue. We said no. There's nothing like that. Until we serve Honorable Safumafo and Crew and Associate notice that 2 weeks, if you don't give us the evidence for the work done and answer the other questions, the expenditure will be disallowed and you will be set charge. Anyway, we issue a notice. A copy goes to Attorney General, copy goes to the office of the President.
Almost everybody had a copy.
Number now, man for be say, means a charge. You can't. You say, hey, you don't know this guy. That was a team at them. Call him. Now, meaning Kusi and Kana. Nipa, there's a Nipa there. Uboa means Rokura. And he, Tamino Suyana, yes, a charge, and also on Tiasia. No, I'm the court. To only court and so. Yamin Chadi, Justice Efia. So muno say obisa me say and since the main issue is evidence for work done so catch on say yenko hwehwe adwuma na o ma yenu mu a if you direct them to make it available to you, will I do it? Let me say they will do it.
Okay, judge say you won't do it.
Yeah, because through my lawyer said no, we won't do it. And I say why? I say because you'll be setting a bad precedent. Because in everybody say captain here be auditing now say it is come and say on studio. Now we see. They disallow near say charging now. A free HR and as in film you know HR we say oh my studio into Brabe. In that case you are making audit useless, completely useless. So media as far as I'm concerned, I finished my work. So it is up to you to say what you have to and as a winning to.
Hey.
Yeah. And almost raise the national security issue. And Justice Afia say almost the national security day according to the Constitution, Supreme Court na interpreting national security issues. Into also board straight. Supreme Court. And I got that Supreme Court. Supreme Court is beside the first question business. So Auditor General, if we ask you to go and look at the work that the senior minister did, will you do it? Let me say no. Through my lawyer, I say no, I will not. No, so why? I say because the audit is completed. And I want you to tell me, under what mandate will the court even do that? Because according to Article 187, Clause 7A, or say the Auditor General in the performance of his functions under this Constitution and any other law is not under the direction and control of any other person or authority. I think you are part of the authority. You can say that my work is not good, I'm setting it aside. But you can't interfere to say go and do an audit or continue the audit.
Okay.
So I don't think it lied with the Supreme Court.
You told them that?
Through my lawyers, we challenged that. And me and Madam for Justice Jones Doche.
Okay.
He was the one presiding over the case. Okay. It was a court rice. And one of more rice here, call Muchimba. Then you go in your agree umunim. You try one of Mosamba say. In the wisdom of the Supreme Court, they are directing the senior minister to give that evidence to the Auditor General. And Auditor General has 10 days to come back to the Supreme Court to tell the Supreme Court, say, whether he is satisfied or he is not satisfied. My lawyer, Esther, no, sit down. No, sit down. And the
Supreme Court.
Yes. Bad man kasa. And the Zoom lion, the nearby, Nam Yamaji almost I will stand up and speak.
Hey.
I'll tell them, I don't care the consequence. You can even sentence me to death, but I'm going to tell you my peace of mind. But Nyamin Chadi, Amaso, says that I'm not me will leave into me uncle. In the Supreme Court, Eddie Bayer said that we should go back and do the work, no? Now, Omama me 10 days. 5 days into the 10 days. I was not going to do it. I was going to wait till the 10 days expired, and my colleague said, no, they were acting unconstitutionally.
About your leave?
No, not about my leave. About the directive for me to go back and do the audit. Okay. They were interfering because I piled up several cases. Supreme Court Nangasa has refused to interfere with Electoral Commission. Their decisions. So I was going to show it to them that you say Electoral Commission is independent, and the same clause by which you decide not to go and direct the Electoral Commissioner protects me. In fact, Electoral Commissioner didn't put there subject to the Constitution and other law. Other gender, there's no qualification. Hey. He said in the performance of his functions, he's not under the direction and control. Well, admittedly, I know I'm under the control of the law.
That's right.
That one, I'm not saying that anybody can be above the law. I know that. But my partner say, at worst, it is the same law. So how come in this case, now I've got my lawyers to pull out a lot of cases from an EC. So you refuse to direct EC.
But why
are you directing me? Be consistent. Consistency is very important of every profession.
Hey, that would have been damning.
Oh yes, I was ready to go to jail. Because I said, I'm very ready. Now I was ready for a candidate for jail. And I was going to go to jail through the Supreme Court. Now I said, I'll challenge them publicly, disgrace them, insult them, and they'll put me inside. I was more than ready to do that because Mijini said the judiciary has a very important role to play in any country.
Okay.
And they must be credible. And they must act in ways that people will trust them. But from my personal point of view, I thought they were being inconsistent. And consistency as an accountant, we be accountant is one of our fundamental concepts.
If it's an executive influencer now.
Meaning be free say, so being influence you and the media, as far as I'm concerned, you must be consistent.
That's all.
executive influence, it can come on everybody at all. And that is how it went. And the next day, breaking news, I say, my acting auditor general, the deputy, has cleared Crew and Associates. So we finished the audit within 24 hours. We say, wow. Where fast the power? Meaning, speed is that. Anyway, so that is how it ended. Until one day response, Ekoma Justice Efia said, well, Auditor General is now satisfied with the job. Set you free. So that ended it.
And it's Sikana He.
Ashi.
Zoom Lion, the other Swashi.
Ashi. Almost from wedding. Free.
Wow. Apart from this, challenges men that will share in your duty, line of duty as the Auditor General.
Oh, challenges in there, baby. You know the Ghanian mindset or mentality. Bribia yede Jantua any who you know, Nina Sephona. Ti your home one classmate be a wound. I chair wound kind of no pay. Say, when you say, so the menu, ye none call gadis, ye none call people, an audit issue. We say that. You have oh yeah, oh yes, I am winning. Hey, I am winning. And say, oh, wait there, you so we are right, but to say there be the audit now. And so I dare back one month for say, if you want to do something like that, and just say you are spoiling your integrity, and they say audit no. And sana a bedroom auditor general anymore. Now it has been established down there because in the course of the audit.
So it is not you.
No, the auditor general doesn't own the field. Auditor general in Caulfield.
What's your office?
Meet me office. At times, audit nangasa kuraminya where says cost because we delegated it to the various branches and units. There are yes, we have delegated it. Say you are in charge of the district, so you can continue planning and doing the district audit. You are in charge of the region. You can do a audit there. We are in charge of Ministry of Finance. So there are sectional heads who plan and carry out the audit. They have raised the observation at Uncrophobia brain. In China also sweep under the carpet. It's
no more to be
big catches or munim somewhere there. Moody woman so okay, go and tell the auditee. Say observations are already no. Okay. Normally they will say, this is what you should do to correct it. So they normally do what we call recommendations to correct it. And if there are recommendations, go and respond to the recommendation. Say obey me and I won't mean maybe this is how I can do it. Maybe I'll say to scan within a week. And so 1 week in the annual maybe mama bosome and abosumi no metria. If you are able to settle it down, they themselves will write it that they have received a satisfactory response. And to just assembly and to go and deal with at that point. You see, sir, not near the only instances, sir, make us say I was directly involved is when the request comes from government to me. Say, there was a point in time they requested be by say former parliamentarians salary arrears be and can say 4 times. That time na a friend say Omampenyi kura na or MP member of parliament.
That's right.
Na chief of staff na sifu na members of including former president John Dramani. They were Mahama. Now we MPs. Now allowance be and salary difference be asanke triama omo. Kufo entria. Enti omo de abem sa menhwem na yentua ema omo.
No de omo de breo.
Omo de breme directory. Timinsa kan me say me susu e am here research kakra. Now omo research fi say na me accountant general. Na me accountant general sa
auditor general.
There be before auditor general na ma jejuma 18 years in accountant general.
Ti buy payment today unim kakra.
Thank you. Before time na me accountant general as a director.
Hey.
And I knew about it. Sal payment na minim who be. And I was actually director of payroll. In the salaries na minim what it was. And some number me say, enya dey way na President Kufo free so ye dey come Professor Mills and our SETI committee headed by Mr. Yamson, Ishmael Yamson.
Professor Ishmael
Yes,
Yamson.
yes. And Yamson's committee, the recommendation, Ekokoma President Mills, Emma Ojinaso, a chairman, and Asambe, Timmy Corey document and Yaminja, the documents. And we throw back to Madame Frumas. Yentia. I do. You told me to do Yentia. I know the net and Yami staff, and the name, yeah, face to face. The audits in the Dudona, some, if you also, if you crowd, one for 110 be like auditing back, could say, and Yamana, me, yeah, but and also Baba too many. About the use of gate fund money for scholarship for brilliant and needy students. So okay,
MPs
exactly. And we say about my yeni. Nana me catch us na po madam for pa. Ndu pay friend no. To me come office come say me go fear for din, but I'm not sure about this. I say no correct.
Onu confess to you.
I say no correct, but he applied. So as long as he is paid, he say, hey, Senate here. Okay. But if you apply that.
Brilliant but needy students.
Yes. Okay, me say, oh no, you're brilliant. And so definitely we are brilliant. And I say, you mean I'm not needy? Let me say, in constituency, Mensia, only needy person. But now the answer is the same. Yes, I'm saying, you know something. You have not gotten the catch. The law did not only talk about brilliant and needy students. It said for secondary and tertiary education in Ghana. London, Ghana. Minia. Until the point I'm trying to make here is that you have used the money for the unintended purpose. Oh. Say okay, and the report will be issued. The report no by be threatening me, but could people they say, oh, mommy, 24 hours. I should retract my this.
Why no?
I've forgotten his name.
No, see MP.
Yes. Now that time he was a deputy minister, I think at a Greek or housing or something like that.
Deputy minister, a Greek.
Is it a Greek or health?
Yeah, I don't know. Deputy minister Saba, first one here, Akemoda MP. Now a chemistry book. And Kwetu.
I say a Greek and I say housing, but Google, who say he gave me 24 hours.
Okay.
Say I should retract and change the lesson. And me give him call him the bluff. And say you should go ahead. Say me audit Captain Smart. Now say Captain Smart say audit scanner ma papa. Now say scanner enko na ma me report. Me say na Captain Smart. E ka kire me a. What offense have I committed to you? I'd rather tell you that you are being used for so. And so you cannot, and so I responded to say that the evidence or the information was obtained from the gate fund. It is not something we cooked ourselves. So I left it there. But it was also one of the very challenging times. Media for a big friend, a bit to bomb me, support to me. It's easy. So that's the long and short of it.
Okay, so we are convinced about I'll protect the public purse.
Yeah.
If you want to make money, go to the public sector.
Exactly.
The ADAS principle.
Yeah.
After Sawoshe Wejumasino, did you still believe Nanado?
At all.
Oh.
At all. At all. The rhetorics were far higher and greater than the action on the ground. Now, come to Uti. Emissary say, "Who know visa question? Wow, question. So you will see a whole series of cases, allegations, and whatnot. No, on Wangasan Krawa clear before the investigation. Sorry, we can't say anybody who there's an allegation against is guilty.
Okay.
The latest one of Cecilia Dapadi, you see, urging a letter. What was the need for the president to say, "I know you'll be exonerated"? Why should you say that? It preempts the investigation. Okay. I said he is the head of the state. These investigating bodies are all under him. Okay, they are not as independent as the Auditor General is. Inti mesi wu nkwade wu suma bi as a kohwehwe asemu, and you have already put your position public. But you see, but look at what Martin Amidu told all of us. You know, I was working hand in hand with Martin Amidu.
Okay,
and we shared our frustrations, and I know what he went through. So when he came out with the terminology of mother separator, I was not surprised. So that is it. The rhetorics were far higher than what we have seen on the ground.
Would you ever trust Nanado again if you hear him say, I am not corrupt?
Oh, no. Oh. He can't even say that. Can you say that today? Na enyamuna muka sesa we penyi utifie na ohwema nkwara na ewe na nkane ye kan na nkawe fo ka ho. Thank you. Nji ye kan na nkawe fo so ka ho. Ohwema nkwara we na nka. So ka ho. Come to me kwa. Thank you.
What share with Jumayo as Auditor General Sam that the level of corruption in that to say?
To be honest, not corruption no wo. Actually, say me share not only as Auditor General, me share me service during the public service. From 91, I me join a Accountant General, a BC semi-free edumuma. Corruption there never. Only say na amounts na say foundation.
Okay.
Could be for Gina Waje 1,000 and 20,000, 3,000, and now or they are checking how far. But since he are there, I know I say. Since 1,000 now, so for me, create you millions, billions. At times, amount no so. Auditor General mention amount and amount for Nini.
Because I must say 20 billion.
What can I say? Me free so no. And I say, Mammy call leave no. Audit report to be Electoral.
That's right.
I almost say 52 billion. Mianga sami we am see the people with the adabraka. I know. We can't see, but it's too much. And in our in our issue rejoinder, confirming say it is part of the observation. Say, hey, I remember, say George Winful, one of the deputy auditor general, in an issue rejoinder, a press release actually. You say, hey, 52 billion. And at the end of the day, the new auditor general said, "The reports are no more air cost." This is, it has escalated in the amount. Say, it's mind-boggling. It's not easy to understand why things are going that way.
If him no more say could leave, no, Ushia, His Excellency, or friend, no, about why and one person who could leave.
There be free Saturn, MC Menini in Shiada. In share baby, I'm friend also that.
Hey, I'm pastor who do office near local office.
Oh yeah. Now, says that I will leave. Now, me ma Ghana for what I say. Who will leave? You have not been sacked from work. When you are on leave, you come to office. It is a common practice. You can come to office to attend meetings or do some things that you need to do. And I was passing by the ministries and I said, I'll come to the office. I think I was going for a copy of my constitution. Okay. Because now I'd left my documents behind. And me Fred, the acting auditor general, pulled me catch and say, I am coming to the office because I want to pick a copy of my constitution.
Okay.
To me drew her and say, Safana me copy. I had my copy, my secretary also had. To me try my secretaries want to be unconscious and say, assistant, you know.
Yes, it's our local.
Yeah, it's our local. Until me try, say, woman is our local. No, I'm saying, oh, why would they change the lock? What is the need? Until me call acting auditor general or go and say, why? No, so the board met and they said they want to protect the office. Against who? Are they preventing me from the office or protecting the office? You know, so, well, that was the decision. Say, people may go in there to do some things which may not. We say, we have CCTV camera, we have security, and we have secretary sitting there and everything. Somebody will go into my office and say, wow. No, so keen or forgotten who somebody's and the enemy. It is true, say they locked the office at the time. Maybe they had known by that time what they wanted to do.
You think, sir, intentionally, no one person will fight corruption?
Me tia papa be no PLO Lumumba.
Yes.
Or see, he misread his terms of reference when he was appointed head of to fight corruption, the head of anti-corruption agency. Me just say it was the same with me. I misread the terms of reference, and he said he thought the terms of reference was for him to fight corruption, but then the terms of reference, the actual thing is you should pretend to fight corruption, but not you should not fight corruption. And that is what I also did. I misread this.
Your terms of reference.
Yes, because Auditor General in terms of reference, and you've been a chairman, is in the Constitution.
Okay.
The entire Article 187 is a very long one.
So, in WFO's point of view,
yes,
you were actually stopped from fighting corruption.
Oh yes, from my point of view, and I wrote that to the president.
Hey.
When the letter came for me to go on leave, I said, no, I have a constitutional mandate to issue audit report within 6 months after the end of the financial year. Because of COVID, the report had delayed a bit. So we were in, I think, ending June. It was getting to the end of June. So I can't stop my constitutional lesson and go. But I think, which is my view up to today, that my audits are disturbing you, so you want me to go on leave. And Nana Santibedwe too wrote back to tell me, say, he can forgive me because I'm not a lawyer. My appreciation of the law is not the best thing. Oh, he is there. It's that green document. It is there. So I'm saying, oh, good. Fortunately, now the Supreme Court also doesn't understand the law. So they agree with my position. So that's why I said that I hope in one of the TV stations, I said they should call the Supreme Court to go back to classes and go and learn the law again.
So that's why you said that?
Exactly. So I said, since you said I didn't appreciate the law, that's why I was making that statement. And the Supreme Court has upheld my position, then please go and give some further legal education to the Supreme Court.
Okay, how many threatening messages or phone calls now?
Minkai the number I don't know, but it didn't bother me. Normally when they start Makatu, you don't.
Is it do you think, sir, why are you into corruption as well, memoir?
To the bit me to us here. Namum said the normalcy econo. And you're fine. That if you look at the trend, it's not the best. Now Emuba kwa hammer drink a crapa and he said the cost of acquiring political office has become so huge, said that it contributes a lot to corruption.
Hey,
oh yeah,
becoming MP, becoming a minister, becoming
now
a
before you
president.
become an MP, before you become minister, before you become
president,
president,
about 5-6 million Ghana cedis.
Thank you. Now says can okofane obi na de boni bi sia anaso obi sika na de ma no. Now, when you become the minister or when you become the president, etc., you have to pay back plus interest.
So acquiring a political office contributes to corruption.
To me, it's serious. And the last time I was speaking somewhere, and I don't remember where, but I was telling them that, look, do you reckon that in the 8 years of being a president or being a minister or being a vice president, you will not have earned even 5 million? Because President Kwafan said 50,000 a month. It will be 4.8 in the 8 years.
8 years.
Okay.
We have been offered 5 million.
And the question I was asking is, former president, onya 60 million now, you say, or the year in a company, onya free. And a vice president, I say 80 million, onya free. That's the reason why I've been calling for lifestyle audit. Here lifestyle audit to say, so what to me, I say is K, and I say yes, it's K, we never free, so that you can tell Ghanaians how you got it.
So you think that the primary are MPBS was spending,
they should account for it. Say because look, the country runs a serious risk. Do you know the risk? One, See, here, drug peddlers or drug gangs will be funding our politicians. And when they win election, we are dead. I hope that does not materialize. Yes. The next dangerous group, terrorists. You know, there are a lot of terrorist groups in Africa. Almost rough. Also pay 1 billion ground house. Yeah. All they need is a theft where they can operate. Until you may be creating a safe haven for those type of things. And of course, even the neo-colonial masters, they are also interested in power in our country. Until you say Captain Smart, Judy, 10 million and now 20 million for a campaign. We are say all the things that you are buying should come from our country. Every procurement should be international competitive tender. The last time I was talking about it, I said a 2 funny aketichi.
Hey,
oh, our knowledge is being used to destroy instead of to help. For instance, let me talk about a bit about procurement. What sense does it make to say a nebri say ukoto goods above 10 million? It must be international competitive tendering. 10 million is how many dollars? It's not up to even $1 million. It's about $800,000. It must be international competitive tendering. Now, say international competitive tendering. What is the muzzle of the Ghanaian businessman against that of a Nigerian, against that of South Africa, India, any China, Bermuda? We are lost. So it means you are giving the job to outsiders. What are we doing? We are exporting jobs. That's why we are in the stupid situation we find ourselves. I don't know.
Situation.
Yes. People don't understand it. They think that, look, before you can get value for money, you must do international. I said, who told you that? What is the value for money? Your children have no work to do. You are exporting jobs. And you call it value for money. They look at value for money, especially the procurement specialists. They look at that word from a very narrow perspective.
Okay.
But if you look at from a bigger perspective, it is better to buy this thing plus maybe 10 or 20% from within so that you create jobs, help the economy, than to send it outside. Who can't? Some of them will tell you that that's why the law talks about margin of preference. And I want to address it. I don't know whether you know of margin of preference. Preference, yes. Margin of preference is so per se a free Ghana and as a producing or Ghana. Wait me, I can say I made a margin of preference of 10% at also. And it says say Ghana say the price no a year higher now a more 10% there would be my Ghana.
Okay.
Which looks smart, but it's not as smart as your name.
Oh, sir.
It's very daft.
Oh.
Because you will state it in the document, the tender document. Say there is a margin of preference of 10%. China ni emas of the current government, man 50%. And say, okay, then we will give you 50 so you can beat the Ghanaian. And beat him mercilessly. But he will not disclose what his export substitution to you. Ebani Saintina, Captain, means over to Accra. Uko America, Uko Britain, chicken boarding power. But with the Bagana, cheaper than our local one.
That's right.
Because they pay them almost the full cost of it. So the other Bahana is just a profit. Yes. Thank you. Because nobody is substituting it. Now, Obi Ketchero said, today, day and age, no subsidy for agric. Check America how much support they give to the agric. Check all those people who are telling to remove those subsidies. How they support this. Inti it is said here, Ofie, Unkwarani, Usimi Nodiania, open policy to maybe a gate after a Potem Kwarina, will be Amramedibi, Ubanzu is 6 months old. Thank you. That is what we are doing. So I've been telling that there is a need for procurement reform. We should do the procurement side that it can create jobs.
Procurement, we should do it in such a way that
it can create jobs,
not to export
not
jobs.
Only in the country, not to export, not only in the country, but even in the local authorities. Okay, for instance, every procurement relating to a district must be procured in the district. It will create jobs there. Captain Betima can say, "Many 100,000." May call Azima say, "I have forgotten the place we were mentioning that you went for the Easter. I'm going to open Mangasim." Yes, may call could be a home so that they can get some work to do. Do you know government is the highest buyer in the country? You know that?
Yes.
Government buys a lot. So procurement is a tool that we can use to create jobs. For instance, let me give you one example which beats my mind. It beats my mind, to be honestly with you. Anytime I'm traveling our roads, look at our roads, how bad they are. Okay? And then some say, Nanti Anibia, when will we stop constructing roads? I think the Jesus comes with the work ends. Is that not it?
We are every year, every day.
So are you saying we cannot train Ghanaians to take over this industry? I know the hindering or the limitation factors against funds to get finance. So government can say, look, I'm even putting this money aside, or I'm creating equipment pool, like a plant pool. So we a local contractor, you just come and hide the equipment, go and construct the job. So you don't need that big capital outlay.
That's right. There's a pool of equipment.
Yes. So you just come and hire it. I will pay you. You pay me. Do you understand?
That's right.
The cost of hiring is what you pay me.
That's right.
Then the rest is yours. It will be creating a lot of jobs. So when I see Chinese and etc., I say, hey, that bank goes in that bank. Come in Nkrumah days, we got job 600. It means and then we cannot.
And then la polyclinic here, we're going to be see.
Thank you. So I think we, as a country, it doesn't matter whether Mahama or Baumia or which party wins the election, we may have to rethink procurement. Public procurement is a disaster, from my point of view. Captain, as an Auditor General, let me tell you one thing which is very annoying about public procurement. One more time, no manner. What do people say? They need the thing, that's why they buy it. Most of the things, they buy it and just keep it there, and it will get rust. Haven't you seen several government buildings that have been abandoned? Some even completed, abandoned and not used. Haven't you seen government vehicles? Abandoned. And not the tip of the iceberg. Stores which are obsolete and being thrown away. And yeah, easy. Because one very silly policy, forgive me.
Silly, go ahead.
Lack of better word.
Don't worry, no, silly is silly.
Ministries, department, and agencies say that, say, I finna call Newe, now went to me and spend your budget. Ministry of Finance, Omun being Kaho, Ombe Trasso. And getting to November, December, they buy things like mad. So they don't buy the thing because they need to.
Because
the budget must finish.
And yes, our finance minister on to.
Thank you.
80 October, November, December. No.
They buy things like mad.
Just to waste the resources.
Yes. So I think we might have to. That's why I was doing a procurement audit. Nyamian Chadie, when we into report now my art, and yes, they will kill me. They will have slaughtered me. That report, I actually described in that report PPA as a crime scene.
Hey.
Because
so PPA is a crime scene.
Of course, they were condoning, like I'm saying, they are condoning a lot of wrong procurement. Remember, the entire makers and say, one, Maker said the approvals by the chief executive without that of the board, no, it was not right. Okay, sir.
Sure.
Good. Even the right of the board to approve a procurement request for single source or restricted tendering, no, there are conditions given in the law. They don't just have that right. The right accrues only when you meet those conditions. First, Captain Smart, Nkwani Onipa produces Adiano. So he's the only person. That's why we want to buy from him.
Okay.
That is one. Two, because of an emergency, you see a go through procurement process. Three, if you are to cameras, it must be the one you are going to buy must be compatible with them. Okay. Until you person called the same place, Ekokoto. And I say four, national security. There are a lot of conditions stated there. OSHA approve as many times, they don't tell us which one applies in this case as a result of which they were approved. That's why I was doing the procurement audit.
Oh.
To tell them that one, approve as Nibi Hokra and Yawuna as a approval. Two, one as a approval. So that mandate has not yet been activated because the law gives a condition under which you should give the approval.
Wow.
But honestly, now I wanted to portray a picture for Ghanaians to understand how we were exporting jobs and hurting our economy through international competitive tendering.
Okay. Obetia says, Sabain Bibanos be your Auditor General Bima obey.
View. Right. Minyo shows are bambi waiting. I ask assassin.
Debbie, over here.
Minye.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh. Well,
because man, who say you are a no nonsense man?
It's
about Ghana first.
I have a saying that never say never. But you have to leave the scene for somebody also to come in. To help my country, yes, in a different capacity. But as Auditor General being there, a bit hard because Sisiano a too brutal. Oh, Sisiano a bit too brutal. A bit too brutal until we are now. When you say, I wish you say, I don't know who is going to win the election. Whoever comes, we like you to audit him. The same thing as Nakufuarodi. The first year when you are auditing the previous person, you will be a good guy. From the second year, and I'm Suzuka, I said, now I'm above 60. And so the maximum the constitution gives is 2 years.
But you can be given a contract to save the country.
That is 2 years.
Yes, so within the 2 years.
In the first year, no, you are a good friend. Second year, fireworks.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm looking at Ghana.
Well, I agree with you, but I don't even believe that any party will be interested in bringing me back as Auditor General, seeing what has happened in the past.
Okay. I have your studios, I have your court, but I want yes or no to some of these questions I'm going to ask you.
Go ahead.
Your politicians, though.
Yeah.
Are they corrupt?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you say so?
The evidence is there.
Okay.
And me can be say yeah kind of before opinion or TV or be.
Okay.
So they are condoning it or something like that. Yeah.
Your politicians, see, are they willing to fight corruption?
Even if they are willing, I'm not sure they are willing. Even if they are willing, the circumstance under which they find themselves.
Okay, so are they pretending?
They are pretending. Because earlier on, say, if you spend 5 million, 10 million to become an MP, they are not for the Christmas or for the Easter. So. They will have to recoup. And how do they recoup? You can't recoup if you are doing the genuine thing. That's why I'm saying that Ghanaians, we have to look for a way of acquiring political office cheaper. And democracy is nothing Ghanaian. It's a universal concept. If you go to some countries, even the next week or the next day there's going to be election, you won't even hear anything. You don't even know that there's going to be election. They give them opportunity to showcase what they have on TV, like you people, radio, and then they create a platform where they can meet the people and answer questions, and that ends it. But see what is going to happen in 3 or 4 months' time. Our streets are going to be littered with a lot of pamphlets and whatnot, etc. It's just too bad. All those things should be regulated. We should stop it. It's not necessary.
Wow.
So we here poster. You can have a place where you all put your poster and finish. You don't go putting your poster on bridges, on poles, on people's houses, etc. It's indiscipline.
So, what's your auditor? Why apart from the two, the senior ministers one, and then that of Zoom Lion, they him be now. We will say, wait dear. Okay.
And American say, no. Mabonti into me can who some be procurement audit no.
Okay.
Nanga a year pass, but we leave it there.
I mean, we say a question way. Auditors will be in this country.
Yeah.
If you say, rule in building this country, and they say, and are they allowed? I know you've said a lot. So even the second part will not be too important, but I still have to ask you. Auditors rule. And the question be first will be to me
yeah. And it's well, on my beer esika and as what they call public financial management. There is always audit. Now audit no. And yet public financial management in private sector say ebia wa encouragement war accountant or to two sikana sefo but emranche say afiniko na you appoint another accountant who comes as an auditor na onu be hwese e kwan a de usika sem fa so no ne kwan mu ana say nya ne kwan mu. So that is the role that the auditors they play in the public sector. Now say auditors betimi anya akukudro ayo adwuma say the city a ngabeboa omai pa because mpɛn bebree no obi anim sɛ auditor deɛ ɔbɛba ɔbɛhu na wahu ewie no ne nsunsun so ebi a ɔbɛkata so ebi nso so a ɔbɛyi wama ɛno ɛna akoba sɛ mpɛn bebree na amanfoɔ ɛntumi ɛmfa wɔn tinye because of the executive influence na wɔka no because some fear for their jobs they see me ye madwuma na ya frɛ me say come back and I do so nti say what tie me when I was Auditor General I was always giving assurance to my staff say in the course of your audit remember I'm with you when you are auditing as long as you are doing the right thing I'm with you and if you run into trouble I'll be in front of you until they finish me you are safe so don't worry I will take all the bullets now me can Kumasi anywho say I take all the credit for the work that they do so I must also take the debit as well.
That's right.
So I'm ready to die for them. So Mikai said there was a day where Opening be Ephraim said he wanted to know who exactly did a particular type of audit. Let me say, Mia. No, so you are the Auditor General, but the team which went on the field, let me say, kind constitutional. So the audit shall be done by the Auditor General. So whatever the person did is not important. The person is not important. He was acting on my behalf. I take all the credit. So I'm ready to take the debit. And so if you have any blue, throw it at me. I say, Daniel, how you do? That's nothing. So, amount for the problem we have in our country is Abayajuma from particular. They've taken their work to be like the end of their life. If they lose their work, then their life comes to there's nothing they can do. So people are not ready to stand for the truth. That's what I'll be telling people that look, the reason why we don't have professionalism in accounting, professionalism in auditing, is because people are afraid of losing their jobs.
How?
If people did not care about losing their job like I am, yes, because me go kanu na almost re. Me ka jiro almost say yes, Pam. That time now there was news all over that we will sack him like the way we sack Charlotte say. And I say, who say I care? I don't care. Even if they sack me and I have nothing doing. My father was a farmer in a farm place and the land is there. I'll go and till the land and use it to support the country. That's all. So I have things to do with myself. But professionals have become so fearful of losing their positions to the extent say we've compromised profession. Your wakuku dam for be pray or memoir and come back to me aye jumama or may see o ye. You
audited snakes.
Yeah.
Join Adoku first time.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't remember the details. Only if you had. Was there any problem?
No. I'm told he called you to come and audit him because he wanted to leave.
That man is an exceptional man. He's a different caliber of public servant.
Who? Adokufo?
Yes. He extended his hand to me and said, look, I want my period to be audited before I leave. I said, I'm on one per audit. You will audit. He's one of the strange public servants that I've come across. And the audit was done. So I don't remember the details, but I remember very well. We met at a certain function and he said it first. I thought he was joking. And he followed up. So further to our discussion, I want you to audit my period before I exit. So that if there are issues that I must answer, I answer them now. Instead of later on when I'm at home. And I must say, I must commend him. He's one of the people who I found very exceptional in Ghana. So, I'm bold enough to say, police if I'm not searching VA. The Munya Bibia Monkanjerame. I thought it was something to be commended, and I have a lot of respect for him. He actually did that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it true, sir, public servants in this room? Especially the time and now we Auditor General.
No, Muslim.
No, Muslim.
There be me
cutting come Jubilee House.
Yes, sir.
Say, yes, a board meeting. I say, no be a phones. I see no Muslim. Sir. Because I say, the woman, I don't know. I mean, like we have to can't say 1 million, 200,000. No, because of jai.
Yeah. Maminka story being na Madam Fubi, he was Administrator of Finance, mean to be money position. Na ye didn't come over and can say, Fadi ko this place now or no, we come on funny tianyi. Another time you raise the issue, why don't you send it there? I told you the last time. Well, filming. Third time, stop wasting my time. I've told you what I say. Do you know what it costs to go there, Daniel? Hey, ask Minister of Finance or say but I've gone there several times. But who in his normal sense will ask money from me? Who in normal sense will ask money from the Auditor General? From you. Even just about 2 weeks ago, I was there. Nobody asked me for money. Daniel, you who? It's right senses. Yes. So I don't mean say they think the right thing must be done, and that is one of the key things of auditing in the public sector. What we call deterrence. There must be deterrence. Maka Impebebre said the reason why NTR corruption as into Ghana and say usually there are no consequences. If you think you can get away with it, why not try it? But if you know you can't get away with it, you don't. Me wana mfo bebre ameta ede omoye asresem baku ni home waka baby. But he came and picked me from my house and we came to the airport. He gave the key to the driver to send his car home. We flew to Heathrow Airport, and the sister came and met us and said she was going somewhere. So he gave the key back to him to drive us to the house where we were at the hotel we were going to. Tia called me, Fred, besides Nana, what has changed? I said, I don't know why. He said, the way you are driving this morning is very different from the way you were driving yesterday. What has changed? Now you're even smiling at pedestrians. Only you are smiling, giving them away. But in Ghana, almost empty and go work at 20. So what has changed? I say, the system. The system. What is the system? I say, yes, the system here doesn't tolerate anybody. And what about Ghana? I say, oh, they here and say, well, road down. I say, do you know me? And say, oh, okay, sir, go. I say, but we can try it here. I say, what we crack here? You try. Do you know me here? So the system that we have built are not good. I agree very well with Obama when he said we don't need strong members, we need strong systems. Except that he has forgotten that the systems, they don't grow on the field like the grasses grow. It's men who put it there. That's right. So we need strong men to build systems. What he inherited in America was built by others before he came. What they are in Britain, any developed economy, if you take them, you see somebody came and put systems in place. So we need people who are bold to defend the right thing and put systems in place. Finally, what one thing, Nasanka, what that you Auditor General, can you want to change? Or even if you have the power, can you change about auditing in this country? Well, I will not have too much to say about the place except to resource it enough to extend the audit. Because when we say we have audited the government, just say we have gone everywhere. No, we do what we call risk-based auditing. We look at where we think the risk is high. So there are some institutions, they go for years unaudited. Because schools are all Ghana, how waiting auditing now. Hospitals are all Ghana. It's difficult. So we look at the risk base. Say, Kolebu, more money. Okay, then let's go to Kolebu. Or here. So that's what we call the risk base. Okay. But at times with the Awujis, there is no risk. Exactly. So resourcing them to undertake more of the assignment, I think, is necessary. And the last thing I would like to say is that government should desist from creating institutions when others are failing. Okay. See, especially in the fight against corruption. The Auditor General's office is there. Even the CID has a unit that also follow people for committing offenses in that regard. We have CHRAT created by the Constitution. We have Office of the YOCO, Economic and Organized Crime unit. And now we have OSP. After this, what will we do? We'll create another one. Definitely. We keep creating and we are not getting the results. Okay. Captain Smart train him, resource him, and fire him. That's it. But we cannot say Captain the papa we have or say, okay, bring the third one. Bring the fourth one. Okay. Let me say why I'm against that approach. Corruption, just as wasteful expenditure, deny the citizenry the benefit of public funds. It's not only corruption, wasteful spending. Wasteful spending. Buying a sika unnecessarily. Look at the cost of establishing OSP, just the head office. If they are supposed to roll it out throughout the country.
Hey.
Yeah, because they have to work in the regions and the districts. So why didn't you look at it and say, oh, okay, we already have institutions. Why don't we put this mandate in the hands of Yoko? Yoko already have regions and district offices. So it will not require additional structures and etc. So if there's even additional cost, it will be very marginal. So we must think about this country well, and if we want to get something done, whoever has the mandate to do it, let's assess him. If he's not competent, remove him. Bring the right person, resource the person, instead of creating what in South Africa they call fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That's what we are good at doing. Fruitless and wasteful. I saw it did was an organ.
Pentecost cried into me.
Now, about me, the Roman Catholic.
Into me. Methodist, Apostolic Assemblies of God.
So our priority is that who? When our children are studying under mango trees and in dilapidated buildings, today's day and age, people are drinking from ponds where animals are also drinking. Our women are still being given birth on the floor. You go to our hospitals, they are eyesore, and that is the priority we have. That's why I like that expression. The first time I came across it, I said, this is good. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It must be avoided in this country.
Are you still on leave, or you have your sack letter?
I have my sack letter. Didn't you see it on the 3rd of March?
I'm only asking. That's
I have my sack letter. Yes.
You have your sack letter.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, be a triamount.
There be
I won't try.
I'm going to have 2 installments, so still, and do have them. First one, I'm going to try. What happened was that by God's intervention, miraculously, Omo releases kind from finance to accountant general.
Okay.
And accountant general, between accountant general and auditor general, they say they don't know my bank account, so they don't even know me, how to contact me. In the scanner 2021. The money must be sent back into the reserve.
That's right.
So Auditor General sent the money back to Treasury because also need my bank account number. Now Ekoban is saying last year, and now me call from Public Service Commission. No, monsieur, me difference biaba. Me say difference of what? No, so me retirement benefits no. Me say now your original difference then Ekoban. I should give them my bank account. Let me say, I'm very worried about money laundering and etc. And I don't just give my bank account. So, Misika Bedion said, give me the evidence. So, if I see the source and it's genuine, then I'll give you my details. So then she forwarded a copy of a letter from Ministry of Finance, paying the difference.
But not the principal.
The difference. Yeah. You see, So then now I gave her my details and they paid. Then I wrote them to say, now principal and if I'm also accountant general and auditor general. Me now for position because it was some accountant general for 80 years. And the current auditor general was my deputy throughout. They could not contact me to say that look. And remember, I was being paid as auditor general. And I'm informed my bank account detail assessor. At least a phone call to just say that are you still using the bank account? So
it's basic that you
Debbie. Abide the maker.
Yeah, me that say. Yeah, me shall pass. Your tone suffer will buy. Yami ya match na ne kwesi yantechi be bonkomo. China ne kwesi yantechi e be bonkomo. Me hu say videos bi nam weekend ya say obi aware we be already 63 years. Aware abaya we di mfie dum yenu. Sa asem ne tesɛn sɛ ɛtesɛn. Yami ya adoma e china. E bomodin abaya ni
change everything. So I think that it is only fair. So Yababa had this time around just to clamors this whole thing. We are those because or na yako dance na yada nyina the Nyankopon say wa boy ho ban for the whole of this year. It has been up and downs, but whatever it is, here we are once again. And most of us, your prayers, Sabaya, Babia Nagana Namno, you bet me a castle na. Because someone going out to baby craft, people put pressure on you, and it's whole. One casa, you bet me at the one dance here. It is very, very important. Seeing irrespective of baby, I will be an idea of shame. To build this country, Sabaya Nema Ebekoye, Makacha said the Ghanaian dream is possible, it's feasible. And Sawuti and Samana ya come proud to this year about the Akufo-Addo government and then Nema na Koswa. About to ya bedadi the outcome and soon so no adadi pefe say the Jumadia Yamubi Fato ya also say this government must go no. Na your time, na nyese will be time will be and as a cheap politics and but the outcome of the 2024 elections we vindicated the fact to say indeed nearby na nearby no ye the oil no or many Ghana ni ho and then so we share that shameful thing na ya President Akufo-Addo so we kwanya yafaso abu o man we a car o man we dam future are very bleak na enye inspiring na wo he abufo na homte a Ghana for ko gina so koto aba na wo you be asabi all respect for the people of this country na wo your mampanyina wa leader form na wa dwen wo fia na wo hwe kwanya Ghana for fast two aban we free so amaka cho say enye abatfo eye revolution without a gun, because Ghanaians went to the ballot to express their anger, their frustration, to say enough is enough. Now, President, sir, outcome way, that is the verdict the people of this country are passing here on President Akufo-Addo and his appointees and his entire government. And then, President Nyaku Koduro Abodjadata some medals gu amount for komu for what? Because Abasubobi will be that will come from the people of this country. But Anam Safadiane a new FN a new a binding and this untino. Despite this embarrassing defeat, despite this no from Ghana for say we've had enough of this nonsense from this government, you must go, no. The president still had the audacity to assemble people, put two medals, our man for Komu, say the order of the voter, our do no one kasana ho. Now our sense of shame, now our respect for the people of this country. Looking at the vote outcome now, Kasakrano as a person, as a reasonable person, I best send a message. Say no. So me kasa me kwaya dear we ye be ye nimbuasie. Ko kwanya man for fast for betia me. Kwanya in the don't forget to say in the history of this country. Oh, okay, menka under the Fourth Republic, even Rawlings impo. Abai Bienu was suffer such a devastating defeat in the history of the Fourth Republic, because first numbers na isi de ba no na omunyanya coalition ni nyina nya nwie yo samre ukwa the official gazetted numbers no Baumia was trailing around 38% in the history of this country. Such a devastating electoral outcome not under the Fourth Republic not even Rawlings. Now was supervising Abanya and the ruling government, John Mahama government, atimia secure almost 2/3 of parliament. That is the scorecard that Akufo-Addo Abanya Adi Kofi. Such a disgrace, such an embarrassing outcome. You still have the audacity to assemble these jokers and put a medal on their neck. Say, for what? For destroying the economy? For tearing this country apart? For rendering the economy of this country useless? ana for den. You see, Makacha said, so we a leader. Now you have humanity at the core, at the center of your heart. Near man ya sometimes me say governance no enya de a yede ya tro no ebo so eda baby a okohwe no aba yo. One thing very flexible governance. So we nipa winim nyansa very flexible. Because always you look at the prevailing circumstances within the country, then you adjust to fit the circumstances. So and yes ya twa gu baby okohwe na oba ba ye. So at say ya planted the whole class. Ye na say ye be ma ye ho award. Nipa winim nyansa no hwe the electoral outcome na that should tell you say the people don't want you. The people are fed up, the people are angry. So you don't go ahead to put medals as a wo say nipa before as a makana say we doing who I want to say. So about saying a common sense all of a sudden a journey from governance and the leadership. That arrogance of power oka mentie nipa kanyansa sema de me pa na meye eno na manifest to this level. Kona me free say enka de asi ebe ma President Akufo-Addo anya nuhu asua bibi say sanyansa sama na nkram ketwa ne journalist na amanfo e ka kire me nyina no I should have listened to them. Because the vote outcome now kasa enough wo terminal report actually how a Ghana for a rating government, and with this outcome actually say under the Fourth Republic way the most useless government the Akufo-Addo government, the most useless. And young men are making the records are there to show kwanya Ghana for far so to a betti out to the stand say MPP Aban is going to Parliament this time around, not as your friends opposition party. They are going there as an observatory party. They are only going to observe because without them, Parliament can even get the quorum to run. That is a Akufo-Addo terminal report. MPs, they can decide that 4 years in your municipal parliament. Parliament will still run. This is that. You see, and I make us arrogance in this space in modern governance. There was a time this pinche thing air cost our parliament, I find you marking Bible and see because no minority seat, and some fatana on tenaso. Now, sa seat, crowd tenaso spiritually, it's not good for him. That gentleman is now going to Parliament. And minority seat because numbers no what they call Parliament, and yet I am qualified to be called minority. And yes, so more per micro seat be man or baby, no cotenaso. So oma o hoswa, sana nyankopon bra wase. Nipana or say on tina minority seat, and micro seat, and obenya our Parliament because he doesn't even qualify to call himself minority leader. Me say he does not even qualify to call himself a minority leader. He's a micro leader. They are only going there to observe. This is kwanya nyankopon faso wa bra omwase. And in the midst of this, the president still have the audacity to appear before Ghanian and say, my award. Let us even assume without admitting say a convention that was buying beer the qua or bone crew for abaso. Now Osha de atu now you'll be a sebi or gene. Common sense will be enough to tackle you to know say no, let it go. And again, nipa na wakotama mo or sign board mo baso ne nipa to say how Hopeson. When you mention how Hopeson, obienim, what comes to mind? How Hopeson, obonidia, obienim, what comes to mind? Kaswa Van Dam. Do you know why I onya sadino? that Kaswa Van Dam, when it comes to violence and Kasa, our Kaswa. Ye boni patro, ye tuni patro, but because not buying the Washington, I found a wedi. That woman, if Ghana were to be a serious, decent, democratic country, and that woman and go jina court aye dinasem. Na Akufo-Addo anya kokoduro atamame we di na begina stage so atamade de ahye ne kon se obo na baso enti ase nipa no ye wo man mu na omumu yensi omubu Ghana for sese be ye moa bi ya nwen kwa akiri enti they can just do whatever they want and get away. Ebo ha wa kumsi ambaso as a sound more twat so bobo na baswa to the stand say I'm told say nada na wasan the help to omuko no kura me dem nyahum ayamabufu ya metanti me mpese mani kura be hu. But people are saying say elephant kura san why will be posting hana menhwe me the metanti. I didn't even want to watch it. Yes, meda no elephant na sign that so. How can governance ever sink so low to this level? That is why I've been advocating say the narrative must change. That excessive partisan political thing now over the years, some people advantage to do whatever they want, you know. We need to change the narrative. Today, Mahama is president. Yes. The NDC is in power. Yes. But I think, sir, we need to change the narrative. Sir, people who come to power no will not take your friend say consolation from the fact that I'm a party in I can do whatever that I want. No. That luxury, we need to take it away. So that people will know so they are working for Ghana. So your back, your front is facing the people. If you mess up, you can't hide around party. No, it is you versus the Ghanaian people. That is what we need to do. Because I think so. The mess Akufo-Addo has created, the indignation that he has brought into governance, we need to clean it and say no more. Because this stage, this 4 years of John Mahama government, it's an opportunity, like he said, to restart everything, to reset and set a stage for a new Ghana. The new Ghana is not taking off. This is 4 years is an opportunity for us to build every single framework, whether law, social, welfare, whatever. The framework, we need to lay the foundation, bam, for the new Ghana to take off. And in doing so, we need to restructure a lot of stuff. Because anyasa na ebeye business as usual. Sane mahunu we uhu ya Akufo-Addo ayeyi. Still onye nu ne ho, because now me be free say the humiliating defeat na ko party a Kufuor no ho de man no that is not the party he's leaving behind. MPP na abubu apre na apansama na wo ye no hwea enyeye. Party that used to tell people say they are a party of elite, and aya chama won to me na abronye nom na lead this party. Yes, afro bi owusu bempanom. At the time Ghana for buafu, there is this veil of economic hopelessness. Ubenya nyansa for mo beka nyansa sama kire Ghana for no. Sa mera no na yate sankraman we no agum. And omo nam no mu po again omo potia Ghana for. At the time Ghana for are bereaved. People have pains in their heart. Yenwe no omo ama no ne. Wabra watimia toka pochwa bi se mede ba fie mede bra menua kwaku ebia wonfanye wuba ana ono nso mfanye business na ne nsa akona no because anya hwe aburochira meti mede mensaba koma no enti me de car ketewa bi bra menua bi se menua ketewa ege saa car we na won so fa ye bibi na ya tam taxes de agu ne so to the stand say car no ontumi nyi enti aban ba fa aban fa no say ye beton car na nipa na ye ne de no even first option to buy no kra ye mfa ma no na kwabrane bia because owo tumi owo aban mu afa nyansa kwan so na wo car na wato no over by $5,000 a wo de abeduru porter wuntumi nyi no obi akoton sa car no 7,000 Ghana cedis e de amane girlfriend na wo awoma a wo ti a wo bre no nkwase adwuma na waye. That is on my team. A man for near ma a capot or dear team or dear G. Me say, I have a report here because people call, people send messages, they show evidence. And sometimes when you are talking to me, I feel the pain because Sanka men am akotena wo women am ayem adwuma na mato me car na me de ba. Ena taxes in egusu no so change car me de toya menyi. And I'm expecting say government wayo beye bia no the first option should come to me. Obi kid men you are obi ni or say my Jeep has been seized last 2 years. Yes. Do you know what it takes for a Ghanaian to go abroad? To go and hustle? Ko Ghana for them to kwan kwa brochire no. Omo mo tena office ya adwuma kakra bi o. Majority now the more there and it's not easy to buy a Jeep. When you bet me the Jeep put the price at $1 Obi atimia tete the more with mato Jeep. Ebeduru ha na among for sa chemo more girlfriends then how can we be 31st night among for be some didn't I am quite sorry. Na kwasi da do kwa sorry dem ko ha there I am ma. And so bonne nkuwa adwemmone abroni bayiye sesi amono kasa wo nkwa manfo gu asoda here baba hele baba bonne nkuwa na seyema bonne kwanka no kranka waje no let the person have first option. No who said breno breno wan brangu ka no follow unhu biem na chiraira na ye chema party boys sa nema we akoso men ka se MPP pension kwa na akoso also talk an $20,000 Jeep $20,000 na what thought $20,000 car bana wode ba no se besia charge wasi atu aka ho na kwabrane age anye broni na age o ya yenua black man ote ha waje because the marawi will say waje. You see, leadership governance is there to break some of these bottlenecks ebe easy for people. So wherever there is challenge, we try to come up with solution. And the mere fact is that in the previous government, it doesn't mean also bad to us. Because the whole essence of governance, and it's a find a solution to address challenges as society faces. But we don't care. And that Sunday, ubohun sem huna because when I'm a huna nyamia ya chiramena chesang pasiasam sa. But where we need to use the time and educate people about living moral life, be good to one another. Hunuya mobo. Sanya mana nkaya enti ene acts, morality, values, principles. Ya tuni nyina go to the dogs. And I shall the moon yam is some na se for kwan na yanam na ye. And I koswa kwaku governance level. So I'm saying, sir, these are some of the things that we the people no need to come together, add our voices, and stop it. Call me my first your friend saying we are proposal to John Mahama has to do with housing. it's a issue do a social cancer in Ghana. Abrantia wabakra ya post no national service. Ye tuya ka 700 cedis. E sa ko han dan. Emra ye krom ha kire se. We a tenant and we a landlord. You can't take more than 6 months from the person. Samra no at the parliament a go review. Review na econo extension I'm told say be 1 year. That's okay. But ene oh hand down wakra 2 years advance, 3 years advance, 4 years advance. Emra wo krom ha ebo the vulnerable ho ban. Emra ho a ebo vulnerable ho ban yo. Say aban de nhyehyɛ ye begu ama saa nneɛma wei. Because ye nuanom mo atu kwan kwa ama no na sefo yi. Most of them or one wonya nto mortgage or mo ye wei no. Butua a monthly basis na wutia. Yeah, Ghana ha betimi aka say ye betimi vary na sefo. But 2 years na nipa no ekɔ han dan 2 years abranti a wasi so a o babra. Dan na wutia 2 years advance no. Penti kura nkɔ ne yɛ penti. But emphobia. So these are some of the things that we need to address. And it should be radical and it should be very aggressive. So going into next year, no, these are some of the advocacies that we need to take on just to ensure, sir, issues now affecting the social life of the people, no, we need to address them one after the other. Nasa titim krase politics media me ye we ni chinchinchia na nema enye se ye support na ye support there. No. Sa nema no, we need to bury it. Maka say there is a new government. Until the government goes rogue, it is our duty as Ghanaians to give the government whatever support only ohia to succeed. Until so no abaka say bo menso me kwa Akufo Adorye no bi o kan hwe amintie. At that point we will have to break. But anyasa, because there are serious issues. Abaka just say, you see, ade ba kwan e o krom ha ama ho kwan ama nipa bi no omunim nyansa nya kwan be wura politics has to do with this NDPP and NDC gidi way. We say when emotions come into politics, ya de yakoma yenyusu ya adwen biem. And over the years what hwa nipa bi no wo ha se bi nyansa efe ni nyansa ni nitima se bi se odi nipa anim. But because ye kon and these MPP gidi these people are nyansa kwan afa ho abewura politics no. Omofa nyansa kwan abewura politics no and ho amamu na wuhu na nei. Because my culture say our division, your division, a creative strength, a creative fortress, and a protected people who are in power. Because once we are divided, and Ghana, okay, election, it was the whole Ghana against the MPP. Yes, these elections, it was the whole Ghana against MPP, and you saw it. This is because your division, when we are divided, a creative strength, and this strength, Nankayaba Sana Chama win to be by your friends, MPP regional Chama, Abronyanum, Omuchina TV, so be Manua, Nasa Utin China, Wakoma. Ebanesen. Because we are divided, and this division are creating such opportunity for these people. So, Mediane say, let us come together as people. The focus is making Ghana a better place. Now, contribution there will be just to ensure holding government accountable. That is another most important thing. The mere fact is that we are part of this government, it doesn't mean say you fold your arms, go and sleep. Or my culture say, and yasra bofo na di to me mom, e nipa desene. And nipa is such that one gardener, one more near corner in China. Dear, when you betty na oil no, we am show. Until the Debia make us those are on fire call for third force. No, it is not always about third force. Third force, no, could be some kind of you find saying a force be a Nipania sorry akase. We are protecting our country. And we are holding the government accountable. There is no force, as we chance our force, when we are ready to hold government accountable. Kwaku father by Odin Semuni, and Imwasi Awaji or no one de coffee. Or a nipa or won't know may assure, sir. MPP as a political party, Bishian self him, say, a dear your friend Ahomaso, if Casafini a bear, yam find your politics. Ebia teteno, obey fa wedi. But I never be a agent and nay. Sa Casafina me muni pana met me a Casafina chilling pa for me wedi. Sa tam no a chum. Cause I ne first na politics ne ye nipa kakra bi de and then nipa kakra bi kwose dem ba bia ye be se ye na sese no afa ho adi no and then ya masesa Ghana ni bia hunu sa mamuo no ne party wom enti we na udi nsem huna waso be ye hye. So we need to energy no yam found hold government accountable. The issues are serious issues are a border on our national life. You making sure say those issues will be addressed. A baba very key, very fundamental. For instance, rent is someone making. I'm saying it because of every day complaint be one way or the other has to do with this rent issue. And it's not going to end here. We need to take it up. Say even a 1 year cry, you make sure, say, nobody charges anybody in this country for more than 1 year for a room. But we can only Ghana had a problem. Nippon Mosia Dan Cassia Omode Mahano are big politicians, MPs in us for out there. And to Nimsasa Emrano, enforce it will go against them. And then Sikana manfwe wiya bebede nyina it is going into real estate because why am I focusing real estate abaye avenue for money laundering. It's simple. Oko wiya sika begu dema udi kogu banka e bebi sa wunya no he o transfer kwa abochira enye ye utu kwan airport. If it is more than $10,000, you need to declare and tell people where you got that money from home. So people don't want to go there. So omu wiya sika begu fia. This is what you do. Now wakoto asase. Say isile gombe bia na wakoto asase. Eno no ye misa sika no nya nti ufa sika no free udem straight utim de kotua nipa no ka. Na wakoje asase. Oji wia okoto cement, okoto iron rocks, okoto weyi eno no ye misa sika no nya na wo he. Enti woni baba ho so no na ye de sa sika no nyina asisi adan akase. And remember, what's the diner we know? They need to get the money. So the real estate is registered. And this are broaching up so this can or turn diner. The money can now enter America or any other country because it is coming as a proceed from a legitimate business that is real estate. So that is how they launder money. That is how they launder money. Enti nipa no wiya sika na enti ene kroma obia ye real estate enti until some measure enti adan no sika no de awuram no they need to say odebema han a make sure say sika no ne nsa beka na akasiam to recoup that money and do koka chance on fa dan man han 1 year omompene and they will fight it from there. But you see, this is a social issue. Affected the people at the lower bottom of the ladder, the average ordinary Ghanaian. They are the people at the receiving end, and government policies is supposed to take care of these people who are deemed vulnerable. Places like Europe, America, Adiaba common for Niagara has to do with social welfare issues. Social welfare issues. Because these are issues a border on humanity, a border on man survivor, enti the obeye biya to ensure say nipa benya relief biya no esa we ye danka obi akwanyema wo awo ne ba eba ne say na ban say me support to parent no for the wo na wakwanyem na wawo but social welfare issues because onim say nipa na abeka family no ho no obetimi anya challenge. So the government is anticipating a possible no, it's a challenge that is not real because there are some while we don't know they can take care of themselves, but the government is anticipating a possible difficulty, a challenge. So they are coming to your aid. There are some of the countries Accra was certain age a bit I'm told Germany, more Germany you can confirm at ubetimi to a certain level. Social welfare issues. Yokroma, can we say the same thing? People are stealing the money, using it to build big mansions. Nobody asks Obia the Bia Winya Sika. Opasisia Mayanya forensic audit into some of the real estate companies in Nasafonum and people who are owning it. Because I know it's so easy. Nipa na wiye sika na waya investment no na yakofo obi na ofront. Last time na make about this Magdana aviation on says some about me Dr. Ren a interview and I told him say we need to find out the real owners of these things. Because these overnight billionaires all of a sudden most of them are fronting some of these businesses for the campaigns and they are behind the curtains. We are doing nobody any good. We need to build a strong, robust social system that will cater for the welfare of the people, the vulnerable. The vulnerable, no, and the many. So government policies and programs must gear towards taking care of these people. So me 2025 resolution say, let us drop the hypocrisy. And let us focus on fixing the real challenges affecting Ghana for Ankasa. Na sikawia na mawia sika politics li aya from 1990 besi ne. Emfo obi ankosi baabia. This is the timer. As ye use o minor. To reimburse Ghana near was suffer because Makasa Akufo Addo amamu we wa watimi live in it for this past 8 years who here certificate because university be anywhere and answer for surviving you need a certificate or the Ghana for a form and ya the ketwa but ono besi ne onyem ye and he still has the audacity to be your friends award putting medals among for Komo. Yes, Ali Baba and the 40 thieves. Then the panel award them some we are 40. You're serious. That is why you mubinum a true support for this ora thing. Na enquire anona yedeka. And I shall see and one who said, Mamma shall see a bonny buka, almost too free, I said, oh, they are usurping wine, Ninian, and some whom I catch all. People who are saying those things are very ignorant, sincerely ignorant. They don't know anything about it. Because committee, no, Mahama said, no, it's never illegal. And they are not usurping any authority from anybody. After all, it's a committee that is receiving complaint information about illegal. Because this time round, Professor Mills by San Niamana obey na Ojai people are go against this country off the hook, no, and then they breeded the impunity you saw under Akufo-Addo. Because MPP for some point I say NDC for more because Professor Mills, when the list was presented to him, he says Minuanum Sansem Hununo cannot happen this time round. Minuanum Yenye Yankopoma. Why? When Yankopon crano a believe in consequences. Because also want some not over to Jamasho. Now, ya do to Jamasho at the Ketwa. Just a Yankopon and Casacra believe in consequences. So the crimes these people have committed, we need to make sure, say, we hold them accountable. Also for now, no, or back a cancer and say, no, or try U10 or Chia next time. And I'm say, this time, a ye giddy. We nimyansa, just shut up, go and sit somewhere. Because at this time, young people know who's penny for no more and abrona the money the war with him. Say the young people have taken their own destinies into their own hands, making sure that they are policing this country. We are the sentinels destined to protect the foundations of our democracy. And your joke and ya grow. Also for no first and Quebec cancer seminar fan who di. I say ya to Abama John Mahama say on my fix economy and to Abama say, when you are a joke. After a passage the following week, no Abidjan on them Sani ever corner this year. Because you see, because of hypocrisy, all of you more lose more essence, more relevance. People don't even respect you anymore. Because people prefer building their personal relationship with God. I prefer to build a personal relationship, direct personal relationship with God. Because Nyankopon betiewa, I didn't know ntie me. Se Nyankopon betiewa, I didn't know ntie me. Enti ene one Kenyan sasem na obegina ha ba yesa me yesofo nti na saa kokro na saa chinja with the bar masa waso be yehye, to be very honest with you. Catch said the only time obebie wa no akasa make sure say wo Kenyan sasem, that is the only way obe survival. Na William say asem na wo kan nyansa anima papa me wa no pe ba tena cause platform na so ye shit. Na Kevin Taylor ko breaking point. Kevin Taylor ko breaking point na o patch we na me say sanka obeso mu de nka obe press conference. E kwan no so ya hye. Ghana for you funani da ho yie. So enye bibia, this is our country. Yen put your destiny into our own hands and make sure say this is our country. There is no NDC, there is no MPP. Over the years, sa crass some na ya. About Crophobia befa hon ye. But Ufya kwanya ya faswa ye tun Crophobi to say your friend is saying a slow usunin as a form of my ne. Or monimo guasi or motiti na. Clearly, you should know, sir, and now good dear BM. And now good dear. A month for a young why. So, contribution, as summer, a shame crying, a summer bit in your boy, and me a pigeon minor nim. We are software. These are some of the things men foul time and a media may way near and a media me free hunty. Yeah, and some I became basa neda ho. I saw a man and omonite over the years. Yanoma Christopher no, the donna and I have been say Bessie and Santino. Quahia Pabia Bejina Hano, a coffee Bible no to two quotation who no more brie or more brie nipanis, no more diamond fusika, no more the fear air shaman from no more massa and they sansem who no am fat. Sansem who no am fat. Make sure so Kenyans are some. Make sure so cannot cry. Make sure so some now wokano. Yes, I walk on our walker. We all live in peace. Come on, after all, then. Men yo who couldn't tie a sips. I want to go to school. My share no money. Jesus intino. What there? You are very no. Masa obi anya special. You na pet. You na yankopoma. Sa hwehwa ni mu na we no first na amamfo nim nyansa first na amamfo kwatra sori dem ye no ene sa ne ma na nya adwuma biem we ya emfa anti accountability ne dia we just done people will be held accountable. And mom can witch hunting. When you're by four, I ban say obia hunter. Nobody is witch hunting anybody. But never na question. We need to prepare a very special table for them. And table na yes serve on so no ever send a message to people more bad Mahama administration them say the other year no men at the whole pen watch na. Enti brabia ababo biya make sure sa bobra papa. Because the year we no men nay nyina ya giatum say yam prosecute or we investigate or we are not asking for that because it is them today. We want to establish a conventional framework, a conventional deterrence. I bet daho. Se odon sabo aban musika mu a. Se we NDC ni o we MPP ni o na we hwan yo ensunsuanso nie. And it's the reason why say you making sure say we hold these people accountable. Kwa ye wirem fee PDS. Ye urine fee a Japan deal, cash for seat, and then near my feeling near my time cost will chroma say. And ya she COVID-19 ba chroma say. Kwanyam krofo we far so every Ghana sika ya dia ba. Yet me tam 33 million. Hey, and some must you chrome how at the no more chroma say all African games and I know what is sika as ya the no bianama players say time. Across posted the messy way, yet the amount renovation almost by 8 times. Nipana ya de renovation contract and a man ya canoforata numbusi and yourself and a Kevin for Riata. How can we let these things slide? We can't. Also for we can't. We need to set a stage. Ghana for a miracle as in you reflecting. They can say enough is enough. Yamfa red pen and sign hot. Now you can't say you can overstep this boundary. And we need to start with these people. Send a strong message to them. Say no, you can't mess up. Ghana nkwana sa Ghana me hu bi da. Say yetimi di o man sika na yakopacha wo. Me nti bi da. Ye wi o man sika. Money is meant for the entire country. Ebinum nanso anyo mu wo. Na ni penalty no wase me pacha wo. Na say like I don't get it. How? Because the kind of governance I have been advocating, I always tell people, say, we are government and we are president. You cannot show weakness. You cannot show mercy. Because sa niyama miyenu wey ene bubu aban say aban anywhere in the world. Because once you show weakness, people will capitalize on that weakness and destroy the country. If you show mercy, people will capitalize on the fact, the mercy part, and mess up. Enti oko Asia ha wa hu omo de na ebinum kra no kro no no ye deaf. Just to send a signal to people out there say o man sika to forma o fa hwehwe ni wura na fama no. That is what we need to do. Anya sa na me say what the house nyankopon be chechero man na am say yare wo tim nyankopon bo wi ase wonim asase we adi over bear ye fancy 10 million years and da ho eya wona archaeologists ne nkasa on beka kire how many years asase we yadi 2000 years na mo de date no enya we o enya years we yadi o and after Christ asem na ye ka asase we ye be yank ye until say young kasa tenancy I take bold measures I say we are fixing our country, no trust me. Say ya nebeye. 31st ne de ebe ba na yakotran son dem na nkoma kase young thieves no ma begina ha ke kansem hunu go nipa no nim nyansa nti no na ya keka na ya fa ye ho adi na ye kɔ saa na ye tware ya ho it's like a cycle emra so se ma ye nite na ye besum nyame we worship God but ye besum no nyansam ye besum na ani daso yes ye ni da ho na nyese obiti baby na o inject with doses of fear, intimidation, that kind of na media. No. We need to make sure say sikana ye wiane nyina no people will answer because anya hwe me COVID-19 kwampo yetimi ko han dan e wo Volta region na sika ye di siesie dan no eso chen sika ye de han dan no obia nsim obia mfa na ye nsi dan no na ya bobo ato so over 35 million na ya chardi at the time Ghana for a sofa. We can't just let these things go. And then going forward, like I said, this new administration, it cannot be business as usual. Because I miss a catch on Ghana for you, no more than that. No, be sorry. I say Yako Park so. Na last minute penalty abana ya jato ho. Ya jeto ade no mo ye obi oti ni city so bia original ebe ye obehwa so obebo asa na sa wo mo nhye. That is the stage we are now. Penalty ne da ho, John Mahama gina ho. First na Ghana 40 ho na no mo hwa ball no. But penalty ne bae na obi a sorry watching. So much is expected. And I wish it will go well. I wish it will go well. I think that one concert party tennis American one some year Electoral Commission. Jemensa. I can't tell say obia ba ene or your press conference. At the declare say do me kwa brenya seat say na NDC akurugu and some of your kind of day one. We've been vindicated because Anamaka said near mana sometimes yadahwa yehuno ebi obi jinabro science so because this thing was just straightforward. And the abane say na ebe kwa nwanya twa ye ho akwa ba be wie the same place and the Electoral Commission press conference or start here. Bible verses in the Yankopon, the day the Lord shall deben. That is not what we need, mame. First, I know we jina one nine swa. Ya Kenyans asem chirana utu phone na magana for. Since when they said this is the day the Lord has done, the Lord would massa, mame. Your cup is full. And I'm a catcher, so you'll be a very decent woman. Now, what sense of shame? You should resign and go. Because when the boss man sorry, ne teteu sa hwan ne nkrofono, masole mo to the stand say Electoral Commission no enya attractive biem. The obeye bia no cannot wash the Electoral Commission now. The only way is for you people to wash your hands and go. Bible verses in Nasefo cannot save you, Jemensa. Me say Bible verses in Nasefo kotu nanya. This is the day the Lord has done. It will not save you. Your cup is full. Because arrogance, neman shas nipa Kenyan sasem chirel tu for some ame. Kwanya wanam sui Electoral Commission. Nya wanam kwana we first person wabao. People have come and they've gone. Yesia bibi okasamu wanamuntuom to engender trust and inspire hope nena sefonom. And then here we are. Here we are today. Unza okapa efu na na okasa asesa. Kwahwe video na Electoral Commissioner na je mensan ye ya o declare ya friend san Electoral akurugunu. Kwahwe na nim nyina sesa. Now go back and look at the tete. Je mensan na okọ iPack o se ase edun kati ahwe na nim sere ntino. The mensa oko iPack soldier for ekura na bag. Go and look at that video today. Maybe we are not try say man beko YouTube no I will upload it. Na hwe the mensa na okasa na hwe ne dimi na hwe ne posture. But we are done, you go home. Because state institutions ehia renewed hope. Abma Ghana for nya hotoso wom. Because anyasa we are doomed. And other institutions as well. Supreme Court to Kahon, we free men ye. Kopanya Kufu Ado Afaswa, assessed nipa de ura Supreme Court and as for a yard ketwa. Last minute appointment or more ye. State you a hold a year peja sisi wana, kesa abofuno sem ning crass sama. Any space in this modern times in Kwano Moye. We need to sanitize, and set a stage for new Ghana. Ghana, the average Ghanaian hope for the future. The Ghanaian dream are possible. Ghana need that sorry. Many teams are just a me 2 kwan sana ma ye. Because we have a lot of resources. Oh, Kroma say. I say, yo, Abim Papa will nipa team, na nye greeda. Na ya Abim say, ye the bayer name a papa. Ghana nin to crime better will be mine so. The lucky ones, you know, are able to go to Europe and the America. A hot year is good. By yen we anoma, or what me could di Middle East, a bit to Egypt, a bit Libya, a bit, kesa bra Ghana ni bre. Ne amania among 40 or one me say some of the stories what's here just a be away in the power in the power. A dear yapa ne say abayewa what during the 20s in the 30s in the early 20s. Now what 2 kinds of baby be a bedi. Na ya kwaya no like a slave. More treatment. Obi a year force or more year force no more da by force upo umpo. Last lady be can send be chile me real horse I'll say or Middle East. Na if you know team no or in a clinic for ho. Na edru na otwea. Na yakofa atwede na de ato abrosan no ho na ya sa nsuo ni omu ama no say on hohoro abrosan no ho Ghana ni abayewa o. Abrosan ya hohoro abro Ghana ni abayewa ohwe tese full of potentials. Ya sa nsuo ni omu ama no na otare abrosan ho na o tese areho. All because nisika ne nema esa ne nsaka no kwabra ne de ato V8 atobia ma ne ho atobia ma ne yira atobia ma ne mpana kwabra ne asesa sika ne de agu polytank im se ne fie aberwa bia sisile da power describe na enye ye asesa sika akogu ne mpaase na Ghana ni abayewa no ti Kuwait ebre obi ti Egypt ebre. Na we nipa odwi nipa wona asem we am break you heart ya de bembie na be break you ya sa omo e de agu nsuom na e de ma bayewa na ose wuti anye na sa atwede no power no an sa abrosan ya taase wo ba hwe fom ano anu wawu ko nipa no hu sa watɔ obekom sika edi tua na kakra no in a month no ebi nuru 4,000 ebi nuru 5,000 na ye subject to such more treatment obi betimi asori ahomache 1 obeye adwuma ama na ba anwumre ansa na wadidi nipa na oye ne saa no enye ono na nitima eden o ye hafo no na yetima eden because you were the means and everything to do things right sabaya nipa be benefit na traveling will not be the only option for people. Into governance, as some fast one is saying, if the whole essence of governance, isn't to help one another, now you alleviate the pain, the suffering others go through. Then what is the essence of governance? Governance and fast one also. But my culture say, if we're a private person, but you must see real estate, must see a dime, but the very moment you are in a public office. Sir laws renew wealth display, you are not part of it anymore. You are not part of it. Even you don't even have to show it. Because your preoccupation is to solving problems of poor, vulnerable people. A lot of them on a daily basis. And then you will see where Japadia war and you'll be a business because you don't feed nobody. Because it's Legon Sikanino, Debio Dida. Sano Hieni now, on so te your friend is saying, Choco baby, no, on also Debio Dida. But it is only fair and right. See a bit me build a just society. Obia a bit me taking advantage of. Na omaino asiye nyina ye. Because that is the only way. That is the only way. Among for a bread, a quantum, nena se fornum, and ya nijie. And did yes, ye bia, ye bit me a yama or mine where ye me come a catch or say ye. Ye bit me a yamana ye. Because some transnam had the resources are ye part of the world. Now we'll share some of the European countries. Some Komokran the Bahabaje Bosnian free ho. Because some of the European countries are virtually islands. They don't have any resources. You're above human and natural. But I'm saying Nimyan Santi. Yet Nahaman Crofo Baje, ye natural resources in the co. Sign Bessessa, human resources, or more who are dear woman, some Bessessa or more the cock could develop more country, not yet. O him. I know a former chairman of MPP, as if Freddie Blake Quatana Sampire from the ABC, and say, I didn't think I could for and sign it. Your friend is saying, LGBT bill now, the free and no say, and yes, I call Germany, see a cobble sing among family. Panino, when you do say, Cassa and Crass and way. Until your mind, no, what preserve, Sabia, what did they be a cockable singer? I draining young side near team say, get natural resources na your gold, your diamond, your tamama, Professor Mumetu, Namamaya royalties. Cause ye nim yansa. Ana ye moon kora na moon merawa ebre. Common health care cranny ye nibi. How can we be so wicked? Through Sandan yen ya society, a software na, also more can cray, and you we are ye, and yabi majumani. And Kasa by Nanka met hospital baby, I may majuma. A software, we are 10, they are supposed to take on this responsibility. Because even in the biblical days, now a prophet, and I know we are back or we are him for 10 cannot cratch or cannot cratch. I do know we are ye. Martin Luther King in America. No, your software. Maybe I know we be him. Martin Luther King was a man of God, but now a civil rights activist. America, black freedom. Of course, we because also for nimu Martin Luther King. But for corrupt politicians in a dino. You ever talk about whom grass some of them, and I'm a Jimmy San yet home, Okroma saying. Job is to